This is Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Welcome to Bryant-Denny Stadium, home of the Crimson Tide. This place is charged up and ready for a big game today. It's a late season, top 25 matchup here. Two teams that have earned the right to be ranked will test each other, and there's big playoff implications. As we'll see the number 17 team in the country, the Texas Longhorns, taking on the winners of 7 straight, Alabama Crimson Tide. 3A Sports College Football. I'm Chris Fowler here in the booth with Kirk Herbstreit. I think we've talked long enough, Kirk. Let's get this game going. Fields it just outside the goal line. He'll be tackled at the 18. That's good coverage there. So Alabama's offense will get the first swing today. Receiver with the swag that kind of rubs opponents the wrong way, Kirk, because he's saying, I don't care who you are, I'm going to embarrass you today.
Well, Chris, there's a rumor that this guy actually DMs the opposing corners before the game that he's going to go up against.
And the ball to the ground. The defense recovers the fumble.
When a defense saw the quarterback keeping the ball and their eyes lit up trying to get to him to knock that ball away. And as a quarterback, he's got to do a better job on these design runs. He can't afford to keep the ball loose in traffic. He has to hold on tight, keep that ball close to his body, or they're going to turn it over every time.
Just underway, and this home crowd is fired up and ready to make a difference today. Off the play fake on first down. Caught quickly. They'll bring him down, but the spin cycle put on that defender, my goodness. And here comes the noise. This crowd is trying to inspire this defense to make a big red zone stop. And they'll run it out of the shotgun. Goes backwards, losing 3 yards there. Coming to the line on second down. This is important. They want to avoid a 3rd and long. Makes a quick catch. They'll actually lose yardage after the catch. The defense all over in that time. 3rd down play for this offense. To the air. It's Brooks. Lets it go quickly. Oh, and he can't make the catch on the crossing route. And that's going to bring out 4th down now. So here on 4th down, out comes the field goal team. No problem. Knocks it right through. It breaks the scoreless tie here. Makes it 3-0.
I was watching this guy in pregame. He's got a strong leg. Not surprised here he's able to put 3 points up here for the offense.
They come away with 3 points on the drive, and now the kickoff team will boot it away. Fields it inside the 5-yard line. And he stopped at the 19. Good job by the coverage team. So here comes the Alabama offense back onto the field. A fumble the last possession only led to a field goal. Can they shake off that mistake and get it going here? They tackle him behind the line, a loss of 4. They got some ground to make up, 2nd and long from the 15. From the shotgun, it's a handoff. Try to run it up the middle, but get nothing. Well, a serious challenge for this offense. You don't want to be in 3rd and long inside your own 20. How much of a risk will they take to try to pick up this 1st down? Doesn't hold on. Good hit by the DB. Now it brings up 4th down. Special teams on the field now. Here comes a punt. Returner decides to fair catch this. So the offense with the 1st and 10 now. The football placed exactly at midfield. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. Deep ball is caught for a huge gain here. They're not going to get him. He's in. Touchdown, Texas.
Well, that's a well-oiled machine right there. Everyone on this offense has been a star in their roles. And when they're rolling like this, it results in quick and positive results.
Here's the point after attempt. The extra point is good, and they stretch the lead a little bit more. Kickoff team is on the field to boot this one away.
Texas 10, Alabama 0.
And here's the return from inside the 5. And he's tackled at the 21. That's where the drive will start. Alabama's offense coming back onto the field. They were held to a quick 3-and-out last time, looking to put together a positive drive here. And they'll keep it on the ground. Running back has the handoff. And that's good for a first down near the 40. Alabama comes up to the line quickly.
Chris, I don't know. There's just something about that Bama uniform. When they run the football, it just feels right. It's a combination of having those big offensive linemen, a really physical approach at the line of scrimmage, and backs that are able to pick up first downs like that right there. Beautiful.
Second down after that run on the previous play. Correct snap to the back. And the senior able to make the stop after a short gain. Offense looking to keep the drive going here. 3rd and short now from the 44. Receiver in motion now. 3rd down play here out of the shotgun. Receiver makes the catch. Brought down to the 47, and that will move the sticks. This Alabama offense is moving quickly down the field. Off the play fake, looking to throw. Lets it fly to the wideout. And it's complete. What a grab by the receiver right near the sideline. First down play call coming up. How aggressive will it be? Out of the shotgun, he'll hand it off. Defense makes the stop after a 5-yard gain, so 2nd and 5. Fakes the handoff here, looking to throw it. They try a downfield shot. That's a good effort there, but now it's 3rd down. 7th play of the drive coming up. It's 3rd down. Quarterback in the shotgun. Makes the catch. Can he get in? He makes it to the end zone. Touchdown, Bama.
Oh, just outstanding execution here by this offense. The offensive line gives the quarterback time, and the quarterback's anticipation was on point. Puts that ball right in the money. The receiver, all he had to do was turn and catch the ball for that touchdown.
And now they'll set up for the point after. The extra point is good. They trail by 3 now, 10-7. Now the kickoff team is out on the field. And he takes this from inside the 5. And he stopped at the 19. Good job by the coverage team. The Longhorns offense takes the field. Great possession last time. They punch it into the end zone. Can the defense come up with a stop this time? And a short pitch and catch to the tight end. Not easy to bring down. The cornerback finally gets the job done. 2nd down play coming up. Quick throw, the catch is made. And he's going to run out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage. Wanted no part of contact on that play. Dropping back, it's Brooks. Tries the right with a quick throw. Oh, and he doesn't hang on. Almost intercepted at the perimeter there. Couldn't make the play, but it brings up 4th down. And they'll kick it away here. He's got an opening. Watch out. He's got great speed. And the returner brought down by the coverage team. Here comes the Alabama offense onto the field. They scored a touchdown on their last possession. Let's see if this defense can make adjustments and prevent that this time. He's brought down, but there is a flag on the field. Let's check out this call. So the holding penalty in the offense backs him up 10 yards. First down play call. How aggressive will it be? Off the play fake, looking to throw. Fires it to the wideout. That's a bullet, but it's incomplete. Offense getting set. It's 2nd down. Drops back from the shotgun, looking for an open man. Here's an easy completion to the back out of the backfield. He's going to lose yardage there. The defense closed in and forces him out of bounds. Drops back, looking to throw for it on third down. Cannot escape it. Down he goes.
Interesting call here by the defense in their dime set with 6 defensive backs. Instead of manning up and applying pressure on the receivers, they sit back. Make it tougher on the quarterback. Make him have to read their zone coverage. He gets confused, and it allows the defensive line to get to the quarterback.
And the punt team makes its way onto the field. And he'll kick it away now for the second time. Fair catch made at the 40. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. They had to punt the ball last time. Now they're looking to add points, build on this lead. Here comes a first down pass attempt. Looking for the wide out. Easy throw to a wide open receiver downfield. Big gain across midfield all the way down to the 34-yard line.
Boy, what a play here by this receiver for a big gain for Texas. And Chris, I think back all the years of Texas football, going way back. They've had some good receivers. Roy Williams comes to mind, Devin Duvernay more recently in the slot. But, man, they really need to start a new legacy. And maybe plays like this can get them going in a new direction.
Longhorns looking to use the up-tempo offense here. Movement here from the tight end. On first down, it's play action. Under pressure, just lets it go. Throws the ball away, but not before taking a hit. Important second down play coming up. Here's the handoff. Defense gets him down, but they'll take the gain on that play. Solid gain on the running play. Third down now. Back to throw. It's Brooks. Looks like he's going to run it. Finding space at the 20. He'll avoid the tackle there with a slide. Longhorns pick up enough yardage to move the sticks. Here comes a throw from the red zone. On the run here. Lets it go. Snags the quick throw. Brought down just short of the end zone. It'll be first and goal from the 1. The Longhorns line up with a first and goal. First and goal, handoff. He powers into the end zone. Touchdown, Longhorns. Took some extra time in the weight room paying off on that play.
What a job shedding tackles, crossing that goal line. And if you're this defense, you got to focus a bit more on the fundamentals and wrapping up, because poor tackling teams get exposed by running backs like this.
And they get set now to try the PAT. PAT is good, and they go up 17-7. Now they get set to kick it away.
Texas 17, Alabama 7.
He'll return it from inside the 5. He'll be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. Here comes the Crimson Tide offense onto the field. Last time was a quick 3 and out. Can they get a drive going this? And he's brought down. Offense going backwards with the sack.
I like the call here, but you can't run long, developing play-action passes like that if the offensive line is not going to give the quarterback time to throw.
They're behind the sticks on second and long here from the 12. Handoff here from the shotgun. That's a nice tackle there by the senior. So a tricky situation here. Third and very long inside your own 20. How much of a risk do you take? You know, this defense could be very aggressive at this moment. Catch is made down the middle. Not much after the catch, but it is good enough for a first down. From the shotgun, handoff inside. The gain moves the ball to the 34.
Well, another short gain for this offense on the ground, and you got to give a lot of credit to the defense. They have really negated that aspect of this offense the entire first half and really making them one-dimensional. And if that doesn't change, I don't know how they get back into this game.
Getting set. Here's second down. And the same runner's got it again. They keep the drive going. It's a first down at the 46. A running play gives the offense a fresh set of downs. The shotgun running play call. They tackle him, but the gain moves the ball to the 36. Alabama comes up to the line quickly. And the ball is handed off out of the shotgun. They've got him, but he picks up 8 yards. Sets up a nice 2nd and 2. He hands it off from the gun. He shreds the tackle. Looks like Alabama will have the first down. This line getting set up. It's a first down play. Off the play fake, looking to throw. Quarterback leaves the pocket on the move now. Slides to avoid the big hit. 2nd down after that previous play. They'll try the ground game here with the running back. And just a short gain this time. They're able to get him down.
See, that's how you limit what an offense wants to do. This time, the defense just won the battle up front at the line of scrimmage, not giving up any big plays. Everybody's gap sound. And it's really solid defense on that play.
Alabama now operating in the red zone. Third down, out of the shotgun. And that pass is hauled in over the middle. And the gain just good enough for a first down. Out of the shotgun, he hands it off.
Chris, it's the consistency of this back that is giving this defense fits. They've got to come up with some changes up front. This guy's already over 50 yards, and if he keeps running the way he is, not only is he having a great day, but it's going to give this quarterback a chance to hit some big plays downfield off play action.
The Tide offense line up here on 1st and goal. Motion by the back. Defense better adjust. Keep it on the ground on 1st and goal. Fights his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Tide. Can you say methodical? A marathon march, Kirk, just pounding away and wearing down that defense.
They just kept moving the sticks and moving the sticks until they got into the red zone, and they just kept moving to the sticks until they got into the end zone. What a drive.
Extra point try coming now.
Is on for the extra point.
The extra point cuts the lead to 3, 17-14. Getting set to kick the ball off now. He's going to return it from near the goal line. He'll be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. The Longhorns offense takes the field. Each offense has been clicking, scoring touchdowns in their last possessions. Off the play fake, looking to throw on 1st down. Hits the running back in the flat. To get him down quickly, not much of a gain on that completion. That completion sets up a 2nd down play. Dropping back, it's Brooks. Bringing pressure. Down he goes, a sack.
Well, another great play by an Alabama defensive lineman. And you just think about over the years, probably the last 30 years, going all the way back to John Copeland on that 1992 Alabama defense. Most recently, guys like Jonathan Allen, Deron Payne, Quentin Williams. You can always count on Bama having great defensive linemen and difference makers.
And this crowd coming to life here, trying to help the defense get a stop with the offense pinned back. Looking to throw it on 3rd and very long. Caught way downfield for a huge gain. Breaks free down the left side. End zone ahead. Finally brought down to the 13-yard line. An enormous gain puts him in great scoring position.
Boy, a huge play by this offense. A good throw, a nice accurate throw. But I think it's the run after the catch that really impresses me. And early in this game, you got to think they're going to continue to go back to him until this defense shows that they can slow him down.
Longhorns looking to run some tempo here. From inside the red zone, they're looking to throw. Makes the grab, a chance to score. Really solid first down gain. He's just short of the marker, so maybe a chance here to take a downfield shot. There's the handoff. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. And they convert here on third down in the red zone. This is a 4-point type of play, touchdown or field goal. Off play action, he's looking to throw. Back to the end zone, out of bounds and incomplete. And here comes the field goal unit onto the field. After connecting on his first try, this is a chip shot from 22 yards out. Net kick right down the middle. Can't hit it any better than that.
And that one, my gosh, I mean, it's almost too easy. Nice kick.
14.
So after the field goal, the kicker out there again to boot it away. Return starts from inside the 5. Stop at the 22. That's pretty solid coverage there. So here comes the Alabama offense back onto the field. And that last touchdown drive, they just pounded away with the running game. Let's see if they can do it again. Tackle behind the line. It's a loss of 2. The loss sets up a 2nd and long from the 20. Pre-snap motion from the offense. 2nd down, looking to throw it. They've got him. Defense comes up with a sack.
I mean, it's another sack, Chris. I mean, we're just getting started here. First half, and you're already talking about giving up 3 sacks. You got to think about changing things up schematically, help that offensive line, and help that poor quarterback before he gets killed.
Well, a serious challenge for this offense. You don't want to be in 3rd and long inside your own 20. How much of a risk will they take to try to pick up this first down?
I can't believe the amount of pressure this defense is getting on this quarterback. Sack after sack. Well, you got to think about changing things up. The snap count, the scheme, anything at all to help this offensive line. They're overmatched so far in this game.
And here comes the punter onto the field.
In punt formation to kick it away.
And the fair catch signaled for and taken. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. The last possession, they had to settle for a chip shot field goal. Can they find the end zone this time out? Using the ground game here. Tailback has the handoff. They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. Offense getting set. 2nd down play here. They'll feed the back again. Fights through a tackle. Oh, and he fumbles. And the defense jumps on the football.
That is tough for the ball carrier here because not only does he take a big hit, but now you're about to get an earful from your coach on the sideline after that turnover.
Here's the first play of the drive now. They begin at the 39. Send the back in motion. Opening play of the drive, he looks right for a completion. Defense surrounds him, just a short gain on that completion. The offense will line up, chance for a couple more plays before the end of the quarter. And they'll run it, hand it off to the running back. Defense will make the stop of what will probably be the final play of this opening quarter. We've got an exciting quarterback duel in the making here as we check the first quarter stats. Will we see more offensive firepower on display, or is the defense going to step up as we head to the second quarter? Drops back, needing a 3rd down completion here. Extending the play now. Quarterback gets down to avoid the tackle. The punt team making their way on the field. He's on to boot it away now. Fair catch made at the 20. The Longhorns offense takes the field. They moved it well last time. Got across the 50, but then fumbled the football away. They're going to run it. And they try the middle, but stuffed for no gain. Second down play coming up for this offense. Fakes the handoff, looking to throw. Junior steps up and makes an impact play.
Well, the offense tries to go with a play action to slow this defense down, but they weren't buying it. They applied the pressure and came up with the sack.
And wow, listen to this crowd noise. This stadium is vibrating. That's why this is such a tough place for visitors to play. And he lofts it toward the left sideline. And that deep shot is caught for a big gain. And he takes it all the way to the end zone. Touchdown, Texas.
This guy can do it all. We've seen him go behind coverage and make plays downfield. We can see him catch the ball underneath, just like this. And when he catches a football, he is so dangerous after the catch. This one leads him into the end zone for the 6 points.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with the PAT. And the kick is up and good. They tack on a point to their lead. The kickoff team on the field now as they get set to send this one away.
27, Alabama, 14.
Fields it just outside the goal line. Coverage team brings down the returner. Alabama's offense coming back onto the field. This group is coming off a quick 3 and out. Can they put something together in this drive? And they'll run it out of the shotgun. Bites off a defender. He gains 9, so it's 2nd and 1. Alabama comes up to the line quickly. Quarterback looking to pass here on 2nd down. And the junior gets home, making a sack there.
Man, this pass rush has gotten home so many times. As an offense, I know you're down, but you gotta try to mix it up. Maybe roll the quarterback out. Have your backs and tight ends chip at the line. Anything they can do, because what they've done up to this point, it's just not working.
They punted 4 times already, on the verge of a 5th if they can't convert this 3rd down. Dropping back, looking to throw for the 1st down. And he pulls in the catch. Potentially a touchdown-saving tackle, but not before a long completion.
Well, it's 3rd down. The defense knows he's going to get the ball. You still can't stop the quarterback finding this receiver to be able to pick up another 1st down for this offense.
An inside give now from the shotgun. And tackled after a small pickup there. Now it's 2nd down here. They'll run it with the draw play. Tackle made after just a short gain. Here comes the up-tempo offense. And he'll drop back here on 3rd down. Escapes the pocket. Tackle made at the 41. That's 1st down yardage. This Alabama offense is moving quickly down the field.
Boy, this guy can do it all. We know what he can do with his arm, but when things aren't there, does a good job of pulling it down, knowing where the 1st down marker is, picking up the 1st down.
They bring him down, but that's a solid gain on the play. Alabama getting set for the 1st and 10 now. Pre-snap motion from the receiver. On 1st and 10, looking to throw. He's got an open man downfield, and it's caught. The tackle is made, but the offense is now set up with a 1st and goal from the 8. Alabama's offense now lining up on 1st and goal. Off the play fake, looking to throw. Quarterback escapes the pocket and takes off. A sack in the play could not escape the pass rush.
Well, it's a great job by this defense coming up with a big sack there on 1st and goal. The offense still has their opportunities. Let's see if they can get back on track here on 2nd and goal.
So the ball moved back to the 12 for 2nd and goal. Quarterback drops back from the shotgun, looking for a receiver. And he throws the ball out of bounds. They're smart not to take a sack on that play. Brings up 3rd down. And he drops back in the gun. He's got it near the end zone. And he's in. Touchdown, Alabama. Kirk, they were backed up to start the drive, but some bold play calling, great execution, and reach the end zone.
You know, it's easy to just kind of pull your horns in and get conservative when you're pushed way back close to your own goal line, but not this offense. They came out, showed the confidence that they have in their quarterback, and it paid off. Nice touchdown.
And now here comes the point after attempt. PAT up and good to get a little bit closer. Here's the kickoff team. Let's see if they give the returner opportunity to bring this back. Fields it inside the 5-yard line. He'll be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. A little bit of my turn, your turn so far in the early going. Both offenses scoring touchdowns in their last possessions. Oh, and he's free down the left side. Can they run him down? They could not stop him. He's in. Touchdown, Longhorns.
Chris, how dangerous is this offense? Of course, you know about the receivers and those vertical shots, but here's an example. You give the ball to the running back out in space, takes it all the way to the end zone for a touchdown.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with a PAT. The extra point is good, and they stretch the lead a little bit more. Kickoff team on the field getting set now.
Texas 34, Alabama 21.
And here's the return from inside the 5. He'll be tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. Here comes the Alabama offense onto the field. They were clicking last time. Great protection. The pitch and catch was solid. Right down for a touchdown. Tackle made on the play at the 29-yard line. 1st down and 10. Off the play fake, looking to throw. And he floats this pass deep down the right side. The catch is made for a huge pickup. They finally get him down at the 10-yard line. Sets up a 1st and goal. What a play. And looking to throw now on 1st down. Trying to extend the play. Touchdown, Crimson Tide. This offense is still clicking. The quarterback who can escape and score. What a weapon for that offense.
Well, quarterbacks with legs like this are so much harder to prepare for and defend than your more traditional quarterbacks. That kind of speed, that kind of creativity makes it almost impossible to defend him and keep him cooped up all game.
See if they can convert the point after.
Kicker is on for the extra point.
PAT is good. They still trail, though. Kickoff team is on the field. Let's see if they give the returner a chance to bring this one back.
Alabama 28.
And he takes this from inside the 5. And he's tackled at the 21. That's where the drive will start. And the Longhorns offense takes the field. Last time out, a one-play touchdown drive through the air. Can they keep it going here? Quick throw, catch made on the out route. The offense now operating in empty. Dropping back, it's Brooks. Receiver makes the grab.
How about this defense? That is called team pursuit. Swarming to this wide receiver on the screen, not allowing him to get his momentum upfield.
Got him for a sack. A big play made them one of the senior leaders of this defense.
A really good job by this defense. The quarterback looked to be trying to work through his progressions to find his open receiver, but before he knew it, he's on his back.
Longhorns bring their punt team onto the field. They're going to kick it away for the second time. Fair catch made at the 35. Here comes the Crimson Tide offense onto the field. They reached the end zone the last time out, trying to do the same thing here. And they'll give it to the back.
You know, in that era that we live in right now, everybody wants to spread the field around, try to create space, try to create one-on-one matchups, and the defense is countered over the years by trying to play out wide. But here's a great example. The defense has the ability to play wide, but still be solid at the line of scrimmage, not give up big run plays.
Hunter has been very busy so far. Can they finally convert here on third down? That's a bullet over the middle. Deep shot caught inside the 25. Tackle made quickly, but a big chunk play for this offense through the air. And there's the handoff. Picks up 2, so it's 2nd and 8. Gives it to the back. Not much on that play, brought down short. So here we go, third down in the red zone, the kind of play that decides football games. On third down, he drops to throw. He's moving out of the pocket now. Quarterback gets down to avoid the big hit. This Alabama offense is moving quickly down the field. They'll run the option. He'll pitch it. Ball carrier brought down at the 4. Offense in great scoring position here. 2nd down and goal. They go with a direct snap. Touchdown, Bama. Oh, we've got a shootout here.
Chris, we get so caught up in this era of the spread, of throwing the football, and the quarterback and the receivers. This is a great example of the value of having a running back that has a nose for the end zone and can take it in for a touchdown.
Now the try here for the extra point. And the PAT makes it a 1-point lead. Here's the kickoff team now, set to boot this one away. He'll return it from inside the 5. And the returner is brought down. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. Now coming off a 3-and-out, looking to produce a positive drive here. Play action here on first down. Nowhere to go. The ball knocked loose. Defense recovers the fumble. It's a turnover.
I think that's on the quarterback and the offensive line. They were breathing down this quarterback's neck before he could even recognize that they were there, and they were able to knock it loose.
Off the fumble recovery, can the offense punch it in? It's 1st and goal. And the quarterback tucks it and takes off as a design run. Touchdown, tied. Still no answer for this offense. Well, they began with great field position, and that didn't take long at all, Kirk.
Well, that's how you take advantage of an opportunity. Your defense sets you up in great field position. You're not looking for a field goal. You're looking for a touchdown. Give the credit to this offense for being aggressive and punching it in.
And they'll set up now for the extra point try. And the kick is up and good. They tack on a point to their lead. Kickoff team has come on the field now to send this one away. He's going to return it from near the goal line. Returner tackled right there. That's where they start the drive. The Longhorns offense takes the field. The last possession ended in a fumble, and that set up a touchdown. So they got to bounce back from that right away. The senior able to make the stop after a short gain. 2nd down after that run on the previous play. And he's got it again. They tackle him behind the line, a loss of 4. And And this crowd coming to life here, trying to help the defense get a stop with the offense pinned back. Now in third and very long, looking to throw. Deep ball is caught for a huge gain here. Touchdown, Texas. This offense cannot be stopped.
Well, that's why this wide receiver is one of the best in the country. Makes a routine catch, and look what he does with it. Takes it almost a length of the field for a touchdown.
Kicking team out for the PAT try. And there's the point after.
The kick is good.
Kickoff team is on the field to boot this one away.
42, Texas, 41.
Return starts from inside the 5. He'll be tackled at the 18. That's good coverage there. So here comes the Alabama offense back out of the field. We have a shootout developing here. Each offense scoring a touchdown on their last possession. And the quarterback keeps it here. Football comes out. The offense falls on the fumble. Keeps possession. Offense getting set up. Here's second down. And the motion by the back now forces the defense to adjust. Good enough for first. New set of downs after that completion.
Well, this is called settling down in his own defense, just kind of finding that soft spot. So not only does this tight end show that he's got great athletic ability and great size, here he shows me he understands coverage by sitting down in that hole, giving the quarterback a nice target, able to pick up that first down.
It's a quick grab. Breaks loose at the 40. Tackle is finally made, but not before a big gain. They'll spot it at the 24.
You know, plays like this are what Alabama offense is all about. They run the football, and then they're efficient within their passing game. Think about it. They won a couple national championships with Greg McElroy and A.J. McCarron by just being efficient and playing smart at the position and being a great complement to that running game in the defense.
Alabama comes up with the line quickly. It's a draw play, and they'll stop him after a fairly minimal pickup.
With the defense coordinator this week, all week telling us about gap integrity, not giving this running back any creases at all. Really sound defense on that play.
What's the play call here on second down for this offense? Quick pass. Here comes a jet sweep. Brought down for a loss after the completion. Not what they were looking for. Now it's 3rd and short from the 22. You expect this is 4-down territory. Let's see what they do on 3rd down. Pass caught. Can he get in? And he will score. Touchdown, Alabama.
Just get this guy the ball and let him do the rest. The quarterback does a nice job of just putting the ball in the receiver's hands, and then he uses his legs with the run after the catch for the touchdown.
Here comes the point after attempt.
Kicker is on for the extra point.
PAT makes it an 8-point game. Now the kickoff team is out on the field.
Texas, 41.
He's going to bring it out of the end zone from a couple yards deep. Tackled at the 14. Not very good field position to start here. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. A little bit of my turn, your turn on the early going here. Both offenses scoring touchdowns their last possession. And he will make the first down. Tackled at the 26. The offense goes 5 wide, empty backfield. On 1st and 10 here, looking to throw the ball. Makes a quick grab. The defense drops him for a loss. He went backwards there. A 2nd down behind the sticks now.
Man, put a star next to that play. It's like the linebacker knew the ball was going to be going to this receiver, so it's the instincts and then it's the awareness and the athletic ability to be able to bring down a wide receiver for a loss like that.
After the loss on 1st down, it's 2nd and long from the 22. Looking to pass, it's Brooks. That's going to be incomplete. A lot of contact, no flag, brings up 3rd down. Not going to be easy here. Backed up a long way to go for a first down. Drops back, looking to throw for it on 3rd down. And he's going to float this one to the right side. And this is dropped. Would have been a huge gain, but he could not collect it. The Longhorns will bring their punt team onto the field. And here's the fair catch by the return man. Alabama's offense coming back onto the field. Let's see if they can keep that passing game going. The last possession, very efficient and precise. He'll hand it off. Running with purpose. Nice run. He's brought down to the 44. Here's the 2nd down play. He'll hand it off. They've got him at the 48, but that's a first down. First down here, the offense has time for one more play before the 2-minute warning. Back now goes in motion. Defense will have to adjust. Short throw to the back, an easy completion. He's brought down, but that strong, stiff arm helped him to a first down. We've reached the 2-minute warning. We'll have to see if the offense can build on this lead before the break. Cannot escape. They've got him. It'll be a short loss, a yard or 2.
This offensive line, flat out, cannot handle the pressure of this pass rush. We've seen it demonstrated time and time again to the tune of, Chris, get this, 7 sacks in this game so far.
The offense will look to regroup here at 2nd and 11. And he'll set up to throw. Caught by the back behind the line of scrimmage. And he's tackled after the catch. They come to the line on 3rd down, trying to keep this drive going. Can the defense get a stop here? Can't hold on. Good defensive play. Brings up a 4th down. And the punt team now on to kick it away. Looking to flip the field here. And the kick angles out of bounds, so no return possible here. The Longhorns offense takes the field. If they want to cut into this lead before halftime, they have to work quickly now. The pass rush closing in. Hit just as he throws the ball. And the ball is picked off. And he's wrapped up after a solid return.
Boy, the quarterback gets drilled on this play, Chris, as he lets go of that ball before the interception. I think he was just trying to get it out. Didn't seem to have a chance to set his feet up. And what did it do? It made it a lot easier for the defender to come up with the interception.
So So the first play of the drive here coming up. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock. On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it. And it's caught. And he heads out of bounds, moving backwards on that play. Didn't want to take the hit. 2nd down play coming up. Quarterback drops back from the shotgun. Caught in the flat by the running back. There's a loss after the completion. That's a good play by the defense. Now it's 3rd down and long. They would hate to waste this great field position. And he finds a wide open receiver. They forgot about him downfield. They bring him down at the 7. The offense set up now with a 1st and goal. The offense will quickly spend a timeout here after the play. The Tide offense line up here on 1st and goal. Looking to the end zone. And it's incomplete. Targeting a man right near the goal line. Offense facing 2nd and goal. From the shotgun, drops back to the end zone, but incomplete. And the offense facing a 3rd and goal from a long way away. There's the snap. Looking to throw the ball. Incomplete. He was hit as he threw the football there on 3rd down.
Hey, the good news is here, Chris, they're still in field goal range, and they didn't cost themselves any points. But they could have more. You've got to be thinking about going for this on 4th and short.
So a field goal attempt coming up now. It'll be a 24-yard attempt. Should be automatic. The kick is good. Offense collects 3 points on the drive. And they add to their lead.
Well, they almost put a touchdown on the board, but instead they come away with 3 points.
So they settle for 3, and now the kickoff. We'll see if the opposing offense has enough time to answer before halftime. And he's going to bring this out from a couple yards deep in the end zone. Solid job by the coverage team. They bring him down at the 16. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. Backed up this close to the end zone in the final minute. Let's see if they just decide to take care of the football and look toward the second half. Locates the tight end. It's complete. But he's hammered by the linebacker. What a hit. Looking downfield, it's Brooks. It's a short completion to the big tight end. They make the tackle there, but a penalty marker is on the field. Let's see what that's about.
Roughing the passer. Defense.
That's just an egregious late hit. Obvious roughing the passer. First down, looking to throw the ball. Here's a shot toward the right sideline. And it's intercepted as he threw it into heavy traffic that time. And they bring him down, but look, there's a penalty marker on the field. Let's see if the officials wipe away this turnover. So, of course, the half cannot end on a defensive penalty. We got one final untimed down with zeros on the clock. Looking to throw it on first down. He's going to take another shot right here. And it's picked off. He throws it right into double coverage and pays for it. And he'll be brought down as time runs out here in the first half. Is going to wrap up the first half here. Let's kick it down to Kevin Connors with our halftime update.
Gentlemen, what else is new? A spirited environment there in Tuscaloosa. The passing game for both sides has been outstanding. On point, unrelenting. They've excelled in the short game, the intermediate game, and especially on the deep ball. All in all, a thrilling display of offensive firepower and and these defenses have a lot to discuss here at halftime. For now, let's get back to the guys in the booth to start up this second half.
Alabama will kick it off to start the second half. Fields it just outside the goal line. He'll be tackled at the 18. That's good coverage there. The Longhorns offense takes the field. The first job here, protect the football. Turnovers on back-to-back possessions. To throw, it's Brooks. He's running out of time here. Physical defending. That one falls incomplete. Brings up second down. Here's the snap. Quarterback looking to throw. The pocket breaking down. And he just throws the ball away there. Nobody open. Excellent coverage. Urgency now for the offense. They'd hate to come up empty on this drive, down multiple scores. That one is incomplete. The defender was right there, and it brings up fourth down now. Longhorns will line up to punt it away. He's on to kick it away, helping his team with field position. And the coverage team makes the stop on this return. So here comes the first play of this drive. They're set up at their own 48. Trying to flex the ground game here. Running back takes the handoff. Breaks loose at the 40. And they stop him, but not before. An explosive play. Moves the ball all the way to the 32. Alabama comes up to the line quickly.
Boy, this back is having some kind of game today. He just continues to pile up the yardage. That puts him over 150 yards now, and this defense has no real answers in trying to keep him contained.
Offense getting set. It's second down. Play action fake, looking to throw. Fires it to the wideout. He's got a man down the middle. And they stop him just short of the end zone. The offense set up with a first and goal now. They try to muscle toward the end zone on the ground. Nothing doing there. They're still 2 yards from the end zone. Second down and goal upcoming. And the quarterback keeps it on the option. Defense flexing. He's stopping again at the 1 yard line. That would be third down. Or it's snapped to the back. And he runs it into the end zone. Touchdown, Crimson Tide.
Chris, you think this guy, when he went to bed last night at the team hotel, thought he would score not 1, not 2, but 3 rushing touchdowns in one game? What a day.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with the PAT. The extra point makes the lead 18 now. Now they get set to kick it away. And the kickoff will be a return. The returner is brought down. It's a start with the next drive. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. They're coming off a quick 3 and out, so looking to put something together on this drive with a little more urgency. It's an out route, the catch made. Looks like they got the ruling on the field right the first time. They confirm it with the review. Offense moving receivers around now before the snap. Quick throw by the quarterback off the RPO. And he runs out of bounds there to avoid the contact and take the loss. Play action fake. Looking to throw. Lets it go quickly. Falls incomplete. Broken up by the defender nicely that time. They punted 4 times already on the verge of a 5th. They can't convert this third down. Lofting it toward the left sideline. That one falls incomplete. They tried to press it deep, but now it brings up fourth down. Longhorns will send the punt team onto the field. On to kick now for the 5th time today. Oh, and he's got a crease here. Look out. The coverage team able to bring the returner to the ground. Here comes the Alabama offense onto the field. A beautiful, balanced drive. reached the end zone last time. Can they keep it going here? Brought down, it crosses midfield to the 46. The offense will set up on 1st and 10. Off the play fake, looking to throw. Oh, a sack. The senior on this defense making a big play.
Well, that's another big sack for this defense. They've come up with so many sacks. It's a great way to get back into this football game. Now, give the quarterback credit. He's played tough through that so far, but one mistake could potentially be a game-changing play.
1st down sack, pushes the ball back. 2nd down coming up. Off the play fake, he'll look to throw it. It's intercepted. Tried to fire it into a tight window. Look out, he's got some space. Past the 10. And he's going to score on the pick 6. Touchdown, Longhorns. And the interception taken to the house. A pick 6, potential game-changing play there.
Man, nothing gets a defense, and especially a defensive coordinator, more fired up than a pick 6. And let's not forget, give credit to some of those other defenders for making some key blocks to spring that touchdown loose.
Now the important point after attempt. And it's good.
The extra point is good.
Getting set to kick the ball off now.
That makes the score Alabama 59, Texas 48.
And it's fielded. Returner trying to create a big play here. And they've got the returner corralled. Here comes the Crimson Tide offense onto the field. It'll be interesting to see if this quarterback can bounce back. He threw a pick 6 in the last possession. Short connection to the tight end here. Brought down at the 28, and it's good enough for a 1st down. Alabama comes up to the line quickly.
You know, Chris, you think about it, efficiency has always kind of been the description of a great Alabama quarterback. Man, think about the playmakers that they've had over the last few years at this position. Jalen, Tua, Bryce Young recently. Just a different level of quarterback play and really gives this offense.
And the sophomore making an impact play.
Nothing is more gratifying for a defense to be able to sit back and play zone and still get pressure on the quarterback with your defensive front.
Defense looking to keep the pressure on. 3rd down coming up. There's the snap, and he's looking to throw. A bullet, but it's incomplete. Brings up 4th down. They bring the punter onto the field now. Forced to kick it away for the 6th time. And the return man decides to signal fair catch. The Longhorns offense takes the field. They were forced to punt it away last time, so let's see if they can get clicking in this possession. Stopped short of the marker after just a short gain. 2nd down after that run on the previous play. Scanning the field, it's Brooks. And the pass is dropped incomplete. Would have had a huge gain. Took his eye off the ball. 3rd down. The offense desperately needs a conversion here, trailing in the 3rd quarter. Defense is nowhere to go here, and the ball is knocked loose. No turnover. Offense recovers the fumble.
The offensive staff just took a collective sigh of relief. But I'd still anticipate that someone's going to pull that ball carrier aside, give him a couple choice words on the importance of ball security.
The Longhorns will line up to kick it away. It's a rough drive for the offense. Punter comes on and booted away. See if he can make something happen with the return. And the returner is tackled by this punt coverage team. So here comes the Alabama offense back onto the field. They're trying to build on their lead. They were forced to punt on the last possession. The backs got it. They get him down, but that's a solid gain. Important 2nd down play coming up. From the shotgun, it's a handoff. Looks like Alabama will have the first down. Fresh set of downs for the offense. First down. They'll run it from the gun. Able to fight for a decent gain here in that running play. Second down after that run on the previous play. Quarterback will throw this out of the RPO. He's tackled quickly, but the yardage is good enough for the first down. This Alabama offense is moving quickly down the field. The shotgun handoff here. The gain is 4, so it's 2nd and 6. Here's the snap, looking to throw here. And the quarterback finds the tight end for the completion. Finds just enough space and makes the first down. A new set of downs after that completion. First down, looking to throw the football. Catch made on the out route. And he picks up the first down before they get him to the ground.
You talk about a dream football game at the college level. This guy's now over 400 yards passing today.
Alabama getting set with a 1st and 10 coming up. They snap it. Quarterback looking to throw the ball. Catch made by the tight end. And the defense swarms not much of a gain on that completion. Coming to the line on 2nd down. This is important. They want to avoid a 3rd and long. Back to throw again. It's a screen pass complete to the running back. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Bama.
Boy, great job here of finding him again. That's his 2nd touchdown reception in this football game.
Lining up to try the extra point. They go up 18 after the PAT. The kickoff team on the field now as they get set to send this one away. Fields it inside the 5-yard line. He tackled at the 17. Strong job by the coverage team. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. They were held to a quick 3-and-out last time, looking to put together a positive drive here. Running out of time in the pocket. They pressure him and get him. The loss back to the 7-yard line.
As expected, this Alabama defense is laying the wood and living in the backfield of their opponent. Such upfield speed, it's dangerous.
From their own 7, it's now 2nd and long. He's tackled for a loss after the catch. The defense all over that one. So a tricky situation here. 3rd and very long inside your own 20. How much of a risk do you take? You know this defense could be very aggressive at this moment. Longhorns will line up to punt it away. Gets the kick away from his own end zone. And the coverage team able to bring him down. Alabama's offense coming back onto the field. Can they keep it going? They mixed the run and pass beautifully in the last touchdown drive. It's a quarterback keeper. Looks like a man is down on the field after the last play, so we'll take a timeout. Second down after that run on the previous play. There's the snap. Quarterback setting up to throw. Using his legs here. Slides down to avoid the tackle. The important 3rd down play coming up. Here's the snap. Looking to throw. Quarterback moving out of the pocket. Trying to create. Finding space at the 20. He'll avoid the big hit with the slide. Alabama has now moved into the red zone. Off the play fake on first down. He's moving out of the pocket. Got a lane. Can he get in? Touchdown. Tie. And the beatdown continues.
And it's just a thing of beauty to watch this offense. That's this guy's third touchdown. But give the offensive line a lot of credit. They're getting enough of a push to give him some room to show you what he can do with that space.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with a PAT. The extra point is good. They stretch the lead a little bit more. Here's the kickoff team. Let's see if they give the returner an opportunity to bring this back.
Texas, 48.
And here's the return from inside the 5. Makes it to the 16. That's good coverage there. And the Longhorns offense takes the field. Last time was a quick 3 and out. Can they get a drive going this time? First play of the drive, he looks left for a completion.
You see more and more offenses in college football going to 3 receivers, and the slot receiver a lot of times can become the go-to guy. He gets mismatches against either safeties, a nickelback, or a linebacker walked out, and you can take advantage of it.
And they wrap him up, but the gain is good enough for a first down. A new set of downs after that completion. And here's the handoff. Solid gain, moves the ball to the 37. Getting set. Here's second down.
Brings up second down.
They're going to run it here. That run moves the ball across the 40. Offense facing a 3rd and short from the 41. Can they make the first down and avoid a tricky 4th down decision? They'll try to move the chains here on the ground. That gain is good enough for a first down. Ball spotted at the 42. The Longhorns looking to keep this drive rolling. Off the RPO, caught to the right. Defense reacts quickly. A very short gain on the play. Second down after that run on the previous play. Finds that big tight end for a short pass. Brought down, but crosses midfield to the 46. The Longhorns come to the line to start a fresh set of downs. On first down, it's play action. Pressure is coming. Quick pressure. They've got him down for a sack.
And just like that, you squeeze the life out of this offense. That's another sack by this defense. They have been in that backfield the entire game, and a big reason why these guys are enjoying a lead.
That sack sets up a second down and very long. Out of the shotgun, he'll hand it off. And that run produces a decent gain. 9th play of the drive coming up. This is a tough 3rd and long. To throw, it's Brooks. Going for a big play downfield. Receiver left alone down there for a huge gain. Touchdown, Texas. Made the defense look slow that time. That's another passing strike from this quarterback. He is having himself a tremendous ballgame.
Boy, this guy just can't miss. Every single time he throws, it seems like he's coming up with another touchdown. The receivers are running good routes. He has enough time to throw. And, man, this poor defense, they might want to think about changing up coverage because right now it is not working.
They're setting out to try the PAT. And it's up and good.
The extra point is good.
Kickoff team on the field getting set now.
That makes the score Alabama 73, Texas 55.
And he takes this from inside the 5. And he's tackled at the 21. That's where the drive will start. Here comes the Alabama offense onto the field. They've really built momentum in this game. They've been hard to stop. Can the defense make some adjustments, come up with a stop here?
You know, in the RPO game, the quarterback's got to make really sound decisions on that read. Either give it when it's the right time or you pull it out and make the throw. Here, I think he's kind of in that gray area, decides to hand it off and at least picked up some positive yards.
And the runner brought down after just a short gain. So the offense faces a third and manageable here from the 25-yard line. Trying to create outside the pocket now. He'll avoid the tackle there with a slide. How aggressive do you get on 1st and 10? Quarterback looking to connect with the receiver here. Short throw to the back, caught behind the line of scrimmage. 2nd down after that previous play. From the shotgun, here's an inside give. And the broken tackle there produces a solid gain. Offense been in reverse here. Now a long way to go to convert this 3rd down. Dropping back, looking to throw for the 1st down. Quarterback looking to scramble. Slides to avoid the big hit. Big guys up front lined up. It's 1st down. From the shotgun now, here's a handoff inside.
Christian, the spread era over the years has always grown offensively, but I've been always impressed with defenses that really build their defense to play in space, still have an ability to be sound at the line of scrimmage and defend a running game. It's exactly what we saw right there.
8th play of the drive coming up, but a long way to go on 3rd down. Dropping back, looking to throw for the 1st down. He's got it for a big gain. Explosive play. The game moves the ball all the way to the 30. The offense really clicking here. Off the play fake, looking to throw on 1st down. And he's got his man open downfield. The game moves the football to the 6-yard line. It'll be 1st down and goal. From the gun, he looks for an open man. Caught near the goal line. Fighting for the end zone, but doesn't get there. They'll spot the ball at the 3. Offense coming to the line. They might have a chance for a couple more plays before we reach the end of the quarter. Touchdown, Alabama. And the route is on.
Hey, Chris, 1, 2, 3. This is his 4th rushing touchdown. And this game alone, this guy has a chance to not only be player of the game, maybe player of the week in the whole sport.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with the PAT. And the kick is up and good. They tack on a point to their lead. Kickoff team is on the field. Let's see if they give the returner a chance to bring this one back.
Texas, 55.
Returner looking to make a play here. And the returner will be brought down. This should be the last play of the quarter coming up.
Offense will take over. 1st and 10.
Quick pass, the catch is made. Ball carrier brought down. What is the final play of this 3rd quarter? And check out how he's been spreading the football around between his targets, getting everybody involved in this game.
55.
So one final quarter to play. It's going to take a lot to turn this game around, but strange things do happen in college football. Back to pass. It's Brooks. From the pocket, delivers over the middle. Defense finally brings him down, but a nice chunk play. 1st down here for this offense. And the quarterback looking to make a play through the air. Looks over the middle, and that's complete. But a huge hit by the linebacker. What a tackle. Offense getting set. 2nd down play here. Looking to throw it again. Works downfield and finds a receiver who worked his way wide open. They bring him down, but the gain moves the ball into enemy territory at the 43.
This guy's been such a big factor in this game. Already a couple touchdowns. Now they need the 1st down. They dial him up again, and he delivers.
Longhorns pick up enough yardage to keep this drive rolling. Here comes a 1st down pass attempt. Bringing pressure. Just trying to get rid of it. Just throws it away, but takes a big hit in the process. So after the incompletion, it's 2nd down. And the quarterback dropping back. Receiver looks it in. It's complete. They bring him down after a short gain there. Offense needing to keep this drive alive. It's a third down play. There's the snap. They'll set up to throw. And he floats this pass deep down the right side.
Well, they don't connect here, but this is what you have to do. It's late in the game. You need points. You're behind. You got to take some shots. I'd go right back to it, try to find a matchup, and go to one of your receivers that can make a play for you.
They pick up the first down, tackled at the 25. Defense makes the stop after the completion. And a player is down injured after that last play. We'll take a timeout while they check him out. The Longhorns looking to cash in this red zone trip. Runs through the defender. Incomplete, but a late flag comes in. A lot of contact.
Pass interference. Defense.
Man, playing defensive back has got to be the toughest job out there right now in college football. You get isolated on islands against these freaky, talented receivers. It's hard enough to be able to stay up with them and try to make a play on the ball, and often you end up bumping them downfield and you get a call like this.
This defense just cannot get off the field. Long march, moves on. Looking to throw. It's Brooks. Caught quickly. To get him down quickly, not much of a gain on that completion. And now the 11th play on this long drive.
Third down coming.
Handoff here from the shotgun. That's a good effort on the run, but the defense stops him just short of the marker. Fourth down now.
How about that, Chris? They run the football here on third down, almost pick up the first down. What it does, though, is it gives them a much better chance if they decide to go for this of picking up that first down.
And he's throwing for it on fourth down. Wow, a third pick tonight by the QB. Big takeaway, now looking for a big return. At the 30, past the 20. Touchdown, Crimson Tide. And the defense joins the party with a pick six.
Great job here by the defense coming up with yet another play. Boy, they are just pouring it on today, dominating in every phase.
And they'll set up for the PAT.
On for the extra point.
And the PAT is good as they continue to pull away even more. Here's the kickoff team now, set to boot this one away.
Texas, 55.
They'll return it from inside the 5. Solid job by the coverage team. They bring him down at the 16. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. They're trying to recover from that last possession. They had things going, but then a pick six, a devastating play. They got to recover from that right now. It's a nice game. They'll move the football up to the 27. They bring him down, but the veteran quarterback shows off that trademark arm strength. On 1st and 10, looking to throw. Short pass finds the tight end. A big hit by the linebacker. Physical tackle there, big versus big. Back to pass. It's Brooks. The pass rush closing in. The sophomore able to get home with the sack.
Well, that takes the wind right out of your sails. This offense is trying to find a way to get back into this game, and another pressure and a sack against their quarterback.
Well, a serious challenge for this offense. You don't want to be in 3rd and long inside your own 20. How much of a risk will they take to try to pick up this first down? He's running out of time here. Pressure coming, and they've got him again.
Chris, I'm really surprised by the way this game has turned out. That's another sack by this defense. They've done such a great job of preparing a plan to get ready for one of the top quarterbacks in the country. They've kept him out of sync, applied applied pressure, and a big part of the reason they're enjoying this lead right now.
The Longhorns will line up to punt it away. He boots it away from inside his own end zone. He's got some daylight turning on the speed. Returner brought down. Sets up the next drive. Here comes the Crimson Tide offense onto the field. This has been a dominant performance so far. Up double digits at the break, building on the lead here in the second half. Looks like a player is down injured at that last play. We'll take a timeout while they check it out. Second down after that run on the previous play. Keeping it on the ground here. Looks like Alabama will have the first down. First down play call coming up. How aggressive will it be? And the ball is handed off out of the shotgun. The gain is 5, so it's 2nd and 5 now. Out of the shotgun, he hands it off. Great cut there. And they tackle him, but not before he picks up the first. This Alabama offense is moving quickly down the field. It's an RPO. The quarterback gets it out quickly. Tackle after the catch, but the ball moves to the 4-yard line. So here comes second down now. Every play important down here in the red zone. That's a design quarterback keeper. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 2. Here we go. Third down close to the goal line. They can still get a first down without scoring. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. And that pass rush has trapped him. It's a sack.
This is good pressure by the defense, but it just felt like the quarterback was holding on to the ball a little bit too long, which allowed the defense to get home.
So here comes the kicking team on the field. They'll settle for 3. And that one's straight down the middle. And that will extend their lead even further.
The snap, the hold, the kick, everything there perfect to put 3 points up here for the offense.
So after building this big lead, they're set to kick it off. He's going to return it from near the goal line. And he stopped at the 19. Good job by the coverage team. Looks like a man is down in the field after the last play, so we'll take a timeout. And the Longhorns offense takes the field. The last possession, they were forced to kick it away. Can they finally get things going this time? Delivers from the pocket, complete over the middle. They bring down the receiver, but that's a nice gain on that play. The completion makes it 2nd and short. Back to throw. It's Brooks. Quick throw to the left side. What a job to lay out and make the catch. First down play call. How aggressive will it be? From the shotgun, he's probing the secondary. Looks toward the sideline, finds the running back. Defense surrounds him. Just a short gain on that completion. Second down after that completion.
Brings up second down.
Looking to throw yet again. The pocket breaking down. And the senior making a disruptive impact play.
If this team can hold on today and win, this pass rush deserves all the credit in the world. They have gotten after this quarterback so many times. Really, every time the opposing offense does something positive, it feels like a sack just stops any progress.
Defense are going to keep the pressure up on this third down. Quarterback drops back. We're going to test the secondary. Oh, and he cannot hold on. A chance at a 4th interception by this defense here today. Does bring up 4th down. From the shotgun, drops back looking for an open man. And he'll loft this one deep to the left side. And it's broken up nicely. A defensive stop and a turnover on downs. This line getting set up. It's a first down play. Looking right. This one caught. And the player is down injured after that last play. We'll take a timeout while they check him out. Second down play coming up for this offense. Quarterback drops back, probing the secondary. And he's going to fling it deep, going for it all here. Oh, and it's batted down by the defense. Great play to deny a touchdown. So it's third and short from the opponent's 28. Let's see what the play call is here. They're already in field goal range, but thinking about the end zone. That's a big gain before he goes out of bounds. It'll move the sticks, more than enough for a first down. Alabama getting set for the 1st and 10 now. Drops back from the shotgun, looking for an open man. And it's incomplete, just out of the reach of the receiver. Second down after the incompletion. Here's the snap. Quarterback drops back. And the pass is incomplete, just across the goal line. They're backed up here, trying to make something happen on 3rd and long. Keep it on the ground. There's the handoff. Aiming for the end zone. Tackled down at the 3-yard line after an excellent run. Looks like a player is down injured at that last play. We'll take a timeout while they check it out. This Alabama offense is moving quickly down the field. Quarterback pulls the ball. It's a keeper. They tackle him behind the line, a loss of 4.
Well, the linebacker is really the quarterback of the defense on this play. Diagnosed that read quickly and executed it flawlessly. He just flew in and blew up the option play for a loss.
Tailback tests the middle of the defense. And he's tackled down at the 4-yard line. Defense getting pushed back. He moves the ball to the 4. It's 3rd down and goal.
Brings up 3rd and goal.
Quarterback drops back. He's moving out of the pocket. Touchdown, Bama. To stretch the lead, the route is on.
Chris, you talk about having a day. This offense just goes out. They're not even looking at the scoreboard. They're just going out, executing the play called, and continuing to put points on the board.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with a PAT. PAT is good as they build on this big lead. Kickoff team has come on the field now to send this one away. Returner looking to create better field position. And the returner brought down by the coverage team. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. The last possession, they came up empty, went for it on 4th down in their end and got stopped. It's caught downfield. Not much after the catch, but it is good enough for a first down. A new set of downs after that completion. And looking to throw now on 1st down. It's an out route, the catch made. Receiver brought down after a short pitch and catch. Now it's 2nd down here. Looking to throw. It's Brooks. Quick throw to his receiver. And it's incomplete. He just missed his target, overthrowing it. After the incompletion, they'll come to the line for a 3rd and 4. Quarterback drops back from the shotgun, looking for a receiver. It's caught. And the gain just good enough for a first down. A new set of downs after that completion. Looking to chuck it again. Catch hauled in here over the middle. Finally, they get him. A great tackle by the quarterback. Not easy with that size difference. Quarterback looking to throw it on 2nd down. Receiver makes the catch. Tackled, but not before he gets into enemy territory at the 45. Looks like a man is down on the field after the last play, so we'll take a timeout. New set of downs for the offense. 1st and 10. Quarterback sets up, looking for an open man. Quick completion to the tight end. But a huge collision. Blow delivered there by the linebacker. Offense getting set up. Here's second down. And the quarterback drops back looking for an open man. And the junior able to get home with the sack.
Chris, that's on the offensive line right there. They definitely have to be feeling responsible because it's almost like you didn't protect your little brother back there.
Eighth play of the drive coming up, but a long way to go on third down. Here's the snap. Offense looking to throw the ball. Trying to get the throw off. And he just throws that one away. Took a big shot, but avoids the sack. Longhorns will send their punt team onto the field. He's on to boot it away now. And he boots it out of bounds. Not very long. So here comes the Alabama offense back onto the field. They were up double digits at halftime, and they're just continuing to roll, building on the lead here in the second half. And they'll stop him short of the line to gain. Second down after that run on the previous play. And, of course, they'll work the clock here, keep it on the ground. Moves the ball out across the 30, and that's good for a first down. A running play gives the offense a fresh set of downs. And they'll go right back to him on first down. That run moves the ball across the 35. And that's the 2-minute warning as this offense tries to work the clock, getting closer now to an impressive victory. And from the shotgun, an inside handoff. They tackle him at the 43, but that's enough for a first down. A running play gives the offense a fresh set of downs. On first down, why not keep it on the ground? A juke to man, but not much room to maneuver. Stopped after a small gain. Second down after that run on the previous play. Moving the receiver around pre-snap. And they'll run it out of the shotgun. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 2. The offense facing a tough conversion here. 3rd and long from the 42. Well, the coaches kind of expected it to be this kind of game, an offensive show. Who's going to make one more play at the end to get the win, and they did it.
Yeah, you mentioned the coaches. I think we had a feeling that this game had a chance to get into at least the 30s, and we weren't disappointed. These offenses came to play, but you're right. One defense made some plays when they had to, and the other one didn't. Simple as that.
And that is going to wrap it up. We enjoyed this one here. For Kirk Herbstreit, I'm Chris Fowler, and this has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.
Welcome to Hard Rock Stadium, home of the Miami Hurricanes, a program that has been built on flash, excitement, swagger, even once a gold turnover chain. But the fundamentals of this program, substance. We'll have plenty of substance and swagger from the Canes today. Little gets the blood boiling. Quite like a rivalry game. Barbs, shots, trash talk, things that go on throughout the week will now all be settled on this field. As we'll see a team coming off a crucial bye week, the Florida State. The Canes will kick it away to start us off. He thought about bringing that out for a half second, but he'll take a knee and they'll bring it to the 25. So the Florida State Seminoles offense will take the first swing of the game. The flash, the style, the swagger, these two really define an era of great college football, and it's always fun to see them square off.
So well put, Reese. I mean, two flashy programs, and when they're rocking, they're rocking. The state of Florida's rocking. Everybody's wanting to go to Miami and Florida State. This is a big one, Palmer.
Yeah, and David, you and I can appreciate this because we were playing back in the day when these two programs really had it rolling, when they had so much NFL talent and speed on the field, it seemed like each and every year. And this was a game that always seemed to determine the national championship picture at the end of the year.
A strong tackle and wrap-up from the junior. This crowd, full throat, splitting the eardrums and letting them know it's going to be a long day. Stop is made at the 44, but it's a 15-yard gain and a first down. The Noles have this offense rolling. They'll run it. Nice move there. These two have storied traditions in the history of the sport, but in the not-too-distant past, Miami actually considered giving up football, and Florida State was an afterthought.
Now, a lot of people forget back in the day when Miami was in the Big East, right? And Florida State was in the ACC. This was kind of an interconference battle every time they played, but no doubt, David, this game just holds so much more significance to both programs.
Both in the state of Florida. Florida State, Miami, the uniforms are so great, the lineage, the history of the players, so it does. It feels like this rivalry's been playing a lot longer than since 1950.
That was right on the borderline. You want to make that quarterback feel you, but the official thought it was a little too much. The roughing the passer penalty. Fires left. Got his man downfield. And the catch and run into the end zone. Touchdown, Noles! They can use this first score to sort of set the tone, guys, in this rivalry matchup.
Man, doesn't this feel good to come out, score early, get the crowd involved, get the nerves out of the way, Palmer, when you're playing in a big rivalry game?
Yeah, and I feel like momentum's always a big thing in any game, but in rivalry games, it's that much more important because everybody is going to feed off that first score now.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. And with the extra point, they get the first 7 of the game. They just finished off a 53-yard scoring drive. And they finished things off with a 21-yard touchdown pass. From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. So Miami's offense will try to get something going with their first possession. One way to mitigate the explosive capabilities he has on the outside is be physical with him, and this dude will do that.
He will do that, and you don't see a lot of offenses take the top off this D because of this guy roaming around in the middle of the field. He is a true center fielder, so this receiver's going to have to make plays.
But this just is such a great job of getting guys on the ground. A lot of people are in position, but he makes plays, so him versus a dynamic wide receiver on the outside will be a great matchup.
Big third down coming from their own 31. Defense tries to get off the field. A quick completion to the left, looking for the first down. He steps out of bounds, but it will be enough for a first down. The Hurricanes come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Trying to find his man on first down. He's got his man. And this one will be stopped for no gain. Offense gets set for second down.
No gain on the play. Second down.
He's looking to throw. Quarterback doing what he does best. He can move. Able to get just a few before sliding to avoid the hits. 3rd and short now from their own 48. To the ground to try to pick up the first. Hey, that's a live ball. He picks it up, still on his feet. And the Hurricanes will punt it away on 4th down. They'll have to punt for the first time this afternoon. On the return, it's Matthews. Not able to pop the big return, but they've got the ball back and ready to go with a fresh possession. Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. Off the play fake on 1st down to throw. On target over the middle. Brought down at the 47, but not before he ripped off 15. From the gun, they'll try the middle. Able to pick his way forward for a decent game before the defense gets him down. After the productive 1st down play at 2nd and 6. They go to the ground. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Decibels rising as the crowd gets behind this defense on 3rd down. From the gun, wants to pass. Trying to beat the D deep. And this is dropped. Incomplete pass. He had a huge gain in his fingers and he couldn't hold on. A fairly short distance here toward the sidelines. Not his best work. And here comes that Miami offense back onto the field. They'll come out on this drive and let it rip. Gets it out fast. Tackled immediately after the catch. Boy, you can go down the list of classic endings in this series, and last year we had one with the Canes pulling it out.
And Miami was the one who got to celebrate because they eked it out, they got the close win, and more importantly, Palmer, they got to brag for a year about beating their in-state rival, Florida State.
And they're hoping they can do that for another year. And they know that this is going to be another dogfight. This is simply one of those games at the start of the year. Miami, Florida State, you know, someone's winning, but it's not going to be by a lot of points. Miami's hoping they can make it 2-0.
Not much there. Picks up a couple to the 22. On 3rd down, he drops to throw. Oh, he's ready to take a shot. And that one's incomplete. They weren't just trying to move the chains. They were trying to move the scoreboard. Instead, it's 4th down. He'll bring it back. It's Matthews. Looking everywhere for room to run, but really good coverage, and he'll step out of bounds. The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. Pulls and fires complete. After the pickup of 9, it's 2nd and 1. Win with the running game on 1st down, now back at it. He wants to throw here on 2nd down. He got a hand in there, knocks it away, incomplete. Just this side of midfield, the defense trying to rise up on 3rd and short from the 49. Trying to pick it up on the ground. He gets it oh so close to the 1st down marker, but I think he's going to be a touch short. And the Seminoles line up to punt it away. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. Fields the punt and tries to find an opening. And they'll get him down after the return at the 27-yard line. So we'll see this offense make its way out to start the drive. Going up top on 1st down. Getting some heat. And they got him. They'll get him down for the sack. And the offense sprung a big-time leak, and the quarterback went down.
And when you're throwing the football, you're trying to stop the best athletes in the world from getting to your quarterback. They're going to get there. They're pinning their ears back, get to the QB, get the sack.
Didn't make it any easier on themselves on 1st down. Now 2nd and long from the 21. Out of the shotgun, they go to the ground. They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks. Now this offense facing a 3rd and long from their own 30. Moving the running back, trying to get the D to tip its hand. Pocket starts to collapse. And the quarterback is snowed under.
And listen, the quarterback drops back, and he's going through his progressions. We see zone, but just couldn't do anything about it. This defensive line, this pressure, getting to the quarterback, getting him on the ground.
The Canes will line up to punt it away. He'll bring it back. It's Matthews. This guy is a daring punt return man. He's not going to settle for the fair catch. A solid return. Gets a little bit of ground for the offense. The give to the tailback. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. He's looking to throw. Quarterback moving out of the pocket. And he can't find a receiver, and down he goes.
And this dude knows how to get after quarterbacks. Last week he had 3 sacks. He gets his first today. I'll tell you what, you better know where he is before the ball snapped every single play.
Better find the earplugs. Here comes the noise, backing this defense on 3rd down. He's looking downfield to throw. Now adjusting. Gets down at the last possible second to avoid getting lit up. The Seminoles will send out the punt unit. A fairly short distance here toward the sidelines, not his best work. Here comes the Hurricane offense looking to gather a little more strength. They've had to punt the last couple of times they've had it, David, now trying to put something together.
Well, Reese, you know how much I love punters and kickers. Like, you don't want to see them very often. Those are not guys that we want to see on the field. We want to do something else and be a little bit more productive offensively here.
I think, David, on this drive, the quarterback's just got to settle down a little bit. These last few drives, looks like he's seeing ghosts. We've seen him force the football. He's missed a couple throws. He needs to just take a deep breath and play within himself.
On 3rd down, he'll try to pick it up through the air. Makes the grab at the 10. Run out of bounds just before he could get it into the end zone, and now they're set up 1st and goal.
3rd down and long is the hardest down to execute in football, but this offense made it look easy. Nice job being aggressive, making the big play down the field, and now set up in a position where they can go get a touchdown on 1st and goal.
And the Canes have it in scoring position on 1st and goal. They'll try to get it in with the run. And he has had a long day at the office, not to mention the backfield, as the defense has been all over him. They'll keep it on the ground, right up the gut, looking for 6. And he's loose, and he'll take it to the house. Touchdown, Canes!
And this running back is so dangerous down close to the end zone. He's got wiggle, he's got great vision and burst, and he showed all of those attributes right there.
Getting set for the point after. Hit that one with some aggression for the point after. A very efficient 5-play scoring drive. And he found his way to the end zone from the 7 to cap it. And he's going to bring it out. I know he thinks he can house every return, but sometimes you just have to take a knee as he stopped at the 14. He wastes no time and comes out throwing. Got his man quickly. And the defense settled in to stop that one for a short gain.
You know what I really like about games like this at this point in the season? You find out who you are. You find out whether you're going to stay in the race.
And who can step up and handle the challenge, right? This is easily one of the toughest games to date for both of these programs coming into this one. So there's a lot of eyeballs, David, on this game to find out who's mentally and emotionally the toughest.
Yeah, and we're going to point to this game as we get later in the year and big decisions are made. You've got a top 25 win. You beat them in the middle of the season, X, Y, and Z, so these are big for the resume.
Works his way ahead for 3. They'll spot it at the 18. Here comes this home crowd as the defense tries to get off the field on 3rd down. Caught near the sticks. It's Cameron. And they'll bring him down, but not before he picks up the 1st down.
There's a reason 3rd down is called the money down. What a great find by the quarterback. Great job finding his receiver. At the end of the game, you look at 3rd down percentages. It tells a huge story, and it goes a long way in deciding who wins a football game.
The Seminoles have it with a 1st and 10. Leaves it with the back. A collision, and he stopped at the 27 after picking up 1. Didn't get much on 1st down. It's 2nd and 9. Gives it to the back on the draw. And you can forget running in the middle against this defense. Ball's at the 27. This offense facing a 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Still looking, on the move. Picks up the 1st down and gets down to avoid contact. And the Noles look to keep this drive humming. From the gun, the ground game. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Last play was a near disaster, now dealing with 2nd and 13. Now he's looking to throw it. The sure hands, it's Cameron. He's close to the 1st down, but they're going to mark him just a little short. 3rd and short now from their own 48. They'll try to run for it. And the Seminoles will move the sticks with the 1st down. And this will be the 9th play of the drive. To the ground, he's got it again. Just a solid stop by this sophomore. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Just flying through the air like a superhero to make the grab. They've got it down to the 32. 1st and 10 coming. They'll test the right side. Plows ahead for a pickup of 1 to the 32. Didn't get much on 1st down. It's 2nd and 9. They'll run play action. He's right on target. He's there to make the stop, but the damage has been done as they pick up the 1st down on the throw and catch. He's going to pass. Finds his man down the middle. They make the stop right there. Good pickup. It's still short of the 1st down. 2nd down coming up on this red zone opportunity. Snagged in the middle. It's Myers. That throw and catch gets them down to the 6, and the defense is running out of answers. They'll dial up the run on 1st and goal. It continues to be a long day as they are just swarming every time he gets the ball. They give him the rock again on 2nd and goal. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. So loud it's rattling your fillings on 3rd and goal. Bought a little time, lets it go. Fires to the tight end. Jumped on top of the pile. The offense trying to find a way on 4th and goal from the 2. They got him. It's a sack, and what a stop for this defense to turn it over on down.
That's just a play the quarterback can't make. 4th down, down by the goal line. That ball's got to find its way in the end zone somehow, some way. You simply cannot take a sack. I know it's difficult. The defense is bearing down on you, but you've got to be able to negotiate that throw and at least give somebody a chance in the end zone.
Takes the handoff. It's Braxton. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. After getting knocked back to open this drive, it's 2nd and 12. From the gun, running back gets the give. Finds some running room. He'll pick up 4 out to the 12. A 3rd and long coming up here. He's looking to throw. They'll run the screen. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a first down. Time winding down in the quarter as they come to the line. They'll throw it on first down. Quick strike complete. And it's loose. Oh, it looks as if the defense got it. And he's brought down, and this defense gets the ball back for its own. As they get set to snap it, just about to reach the end of the quarter. He's looking to throw it. Feeling some heat. And the pressure is coming in, and they get him again. While we're only through one, these quarterbacks have been lighting up their stat lines. We've got a good one going here and looking forward to keep those vibes rolling here in the second. They've already racked up big sack numbers. It's starting to snowball, and they are ready to go again. They bring him down, but a solid pickup to put them in position to pick up a first down. Decibels rising as the crowd gets behind this defense on third down. Grab near the marker. It's Meyer. Really confident throw and catch there. Big pickup, and they have a first down. Wide receiver shows motion. He wants to throw. Might be looking to run. Headed to the end zone. He's run out of bounds after the big gain, and they are in business, first and goal. The give. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown Seminoles. Up and over Yamo be there into the end zone.
And you don't want to leave your feet very often in football, but this is one of those areas where you do. In the end zone, near the goal line, you smell it. A lot of bodies in front of you. Just get up, get over top of them, and get that touchdown.
And the PAT gives them a 14-7 lead. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Boys, if it's happening in college football, we've got eyes on it. Check this out. Kennesaw State is in the unusual position of having to come from behind right now, but there's not a soul who doesn't believe they can't pull this off. It's a touchdown game. They're trailing by 7 to Middle Tennessee. We'll circle back. If anything big happens, you should know about it.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. This offense has a second down play. He's looking to throw. Using his legs, keeping his eyes downfield. They make the stop, but what a job on the scramble to get loose and pick up that first down. Comes out throwing on first down. Gets it out quickly. He's brought down. Solid pickup, but a little bit short of the first down. Second down coming up. He's looking to throw. Got it behind the line. It's Averill. And it is well blocked as they pick up enough for a first down. And the Canes are on the move. Makes his connection. And the defense had that one well covered, just a short gain there. And now on second down for this offense. He's looking to throw. Flushed out of the pocket. Trying to escape and get it himself. On the run, and he'll slide to avoid the hit. A nifty pickup there. How aggressive might this play call be on third and short from the 46? He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. The Hurricanes will punt this one away. Fourth time tonight we've seen this guy come on to punt. You'd think they would have had a good chance to down that one deep, but the bounce carries it into the end zone for the touchback. Use the play fake, now to throw. On the move, he fires. And that incomplete pass caused by the big hit on first down, second down coming. And here comes the offense on second down. Using the quick game. He's run out of bounds, but not before turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a first down. Handoff from the gun. Finds enough room to get 3 out to the 34. Got 3 on first down at 2nd and 7. They'll try it on the ground, running the counter. Really nice stop there from this senior leader. Better find the earplugs. Here comes the noise, backing this defense on third down. From the gun, wants to pass. Got out of trouble and throws. Grabbed on the outside, it's Cameron. He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a first down for this offense. They want to run it left here. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Last play was a near disaster, now dealing with 2nd and 13. From the gun, they'll try to impose their running game. And they'll stop him after a minimal pickup. 7th play of the drive coming up, but a long way to go on third down. From the gun, wants to pass. It's complete. There's a live football. Defense just cradling that fumble and securing it. And he's brought down, and this defense gets the ball back for its own.
Nice heads-up play by the defense to jump on that ball after it got popped.
And here comes that Miami offense back onto the field. They'll throw it on first down. And there was nowhere to go for this quarterback, and down he goes.
And the defense just gets their 4th sack of the day. And guess what? This offensive line, they gave up 4 last week too. So you need some consistency up front. Make sure you protect that QB that can make those big plays for you.
This offensive line has just been unable to keep them away from the quarterback. Now it's 2nd and long. Out of the gun, the running back has it. Finding a way to put that foot in the ground and get it up to the 37-yard line. They're about to wear this punter out. He's already been out 4 times, staring at a 5th if they can't move the chains. Didn't have much of a choice, just had to throw that one away. It'll be 4th down. And the Hurricanes will call on their punt team. They've been busy out there to punt for the 5th time today. Running it back, it's Matthews. And he's going to get it up to about the 29-yard line before he's brought down. Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. This time, they need to take care of the ball and maybe extend this lead, David.
And I think you got to look at the positive reason. You still got the lead. Now take care of the football. Put a nice drive together, Jesse. You don't have to stress. We're still winning.
I feel like they think that player for player, they're the better unit on the field right now.
Can anyone catch it? Oh, what a big play for this offense as they get it to the 33-yard line.
A lot of times as a defense, you prepare for all the different athletes and trying to stop everybody, and then you go, oh, wait, I got to stop the guy with the football, too. And you could tell they ran the option. They had a lot of things defended, but they didn't stop the quarterback. He gets the first down and makes a big play.
He works his way down to the 30-yard line before he stopped a gain of 3. He's looking for an open man on second down. Caught near the sideline. It's fired. And they'll shove him out of bounds after the short gain. Here comes 3rd and short from the 27. This defense trying to make them settle for a field goal. Quickly complete. And they'll finally get him down after a terrific pickup. The Seminoles are moving quickly down the field. This time they'll go to the running game. Sweet feet on the move. Fights his way ahead. They get him down after a pickup of 3. They'll mark it at the 12. It'll be second down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. He's got it on the run. Good throw and catch. Takes it down to the 5 as the offense tries to cash in. The Noles are threatening on 1st and goal. They'll try to get it in with the run. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Defense rolls up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a 2nd and long coming. Got it. That completion has them right on the doorstep. They'll mark it at the 1. You can't hear yourself think on 3rd and goal. They'll try to pound their way in. Touchdown, Florida State. And they take it in for 6 more points. Man, did he show some hops for that one.
Some serious vertical right there. I tell you what, everybody in front of you, hey, I'll go by air if I need to. Good job getting in the air, getting the touchdown.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point pushes the lead to 14. They took it 71 yards down the field, and they capped it off with a 1-yard plunge.
Miami, 7.
He'll start the return inside his 5. Good job by the coverage unit to stop the return man. Here comes the Hurricane offense looking to gather a little more strength. This is when the pressure can ramp up a little bit on an offense, David, when they start feeling the heat to answer a score.
And I think being down 14, you can kind of feel that way. But, dude, if you put a good drive together, this is a 7-point game. So, Palmer, no need to panic.
I was just going to say, David, I mean, this thing can flip quick. You go down, score, all of a sudden your defense gets a stop, or who knows, better yet, gets a turnover. This game is entirely different.
Now they'll run the draw. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. The Canes will try to pin them back with the punt. And these guys have been busy. 6th punt of the day. On the move, it's Matthews. He was working his way toward midfield, but they'll stop him at the 46-yard line. First snap of this drive will come from the 46. From the gun, Give on the inside. And a good, solid pickup before the defense cuts him down. After the productive first down play, it's 2nd and 6. Give to the back. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Here comes this home crowd as the defense tries to get off the field on 3rd down. Got his man to the left. And he slipped through the crowd, and he'll house it. Touchdown, Noles! They've got the lead and trying to put this one in a hammerlock here in Week 10.
When these offenses get in a rhythm, they're hard to stop. Already up early, got a short field, take advantage of it too, get another touchdown. This offense is doing whatever they want to do and having a lot of success.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point is true, and the lead balloons to 21. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown.
28, Miami, 7.
Looks as if the returner will try and field this one. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. And here comes that Miami offense back onto the field. Got it in the middle, it's Morton. He knew exactly where he wanted to go with that one, and they've got enough for the first down. They really got things moving on this drive. Second play of the drive comes from the 37. He'll pull it down and run. They finally get him on the ground, but the big running play moves the change for the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Going to the running game. And maybe they want to try somewhere else because there is nothing doing in the middle of this defense. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. Now the play fake. And the defense gets to the quarterback.
Quarterbacks don't have high completion percentages from their backs. It's been really hard for this QB to get in any kind of rhythm. We got to change something up here. We got to do something different because right now it's just a sack party.
They'll come to the line at the 42, facing a 3rd and long. Looking to throw, and he needs a chunk play. Got it in the middle. It's Braxton. And he's not going to get there. The defense stands tall and makes the stop. And the Canes decide to punt it away. Boy, they had a chance to track that thing down, but it bounces into the end zone for a touchback. The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. After getting knocked back to open this drive, it's 2nd and 12. He's looking to throw. He just got rid of that one to save the down. Didn't see anything he liked. This defense has kept them backed up. Now one more stop, and they can get off the field on 3rd and long. And the incomplete pass will bring up 4th down. And the Seminoles send out the punt unit. He's getting a lot of work. 4th time he's punted tonight. Slips through the line. And the punt team gets down there and gets the return man on the ground. They've got a little time here to put together a productive drive late in the half. He'll try the left side. Not much working there. It'll be 2nd and 9. Stuck with a running game on 1st down. On the run, it's Braxton. Oh, the ball squirts out. He's got the ball, and he'll try to pick up a few. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. On 3rd and long, trying to have a big completion here.
Man, I think this quarterback needs to take his offensive line out for dinners more often because they're not protecting him. And sometimes it doesn't even look like they're trying. That now the 6th sack of the game for this defense.
And the Canes will bring the punt team onto the field. Let's see if he can help the coverage team out with this one. Gets it away, good distance, but more importantly, just the direction he wanted. Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. Going to the ground. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. 2nd down here, and maybe they've got time to get one more snap off before the 2-minute warning. From the gun, the give, looking for room. Nice, solid form tackle from this sophomore. As we reach the 2-minute warning, they'll need to try to get a stop to keep this thing from getting out of hand. Excellent coverage and good use of the hands to knock it away. The Seminoles will punt it away on 4th down. He gets it away from his own end zone. Makes the catch at the 45. Excellent coverage that time. Didn't give him any room to set up a big return. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Guys, this offense will go back on the attack. He'll come out throwing on 1st down. He's got it in the end zone! Touchdown, Miami!
Man, nice job getting the passing game going. This is big, man. Going to the half, and listen, I know you're trailing, but building some momentum. Maybe this 2nd half we keep airing the football out, cutting into this deficit, and who knows what the heck will happen.
On to attempt the try. And with the extra point, they trail by 2 touchdowns, 28-14.
Personal foul. Roughing the kicker. Defense.
The officials offer the deal, and the coach accepts it. They will take the penalty. No shot at a return. It's out of the end zone, and it'll be a touchback. 1st down here for the offense. Looking to move it through the air. Gets it out fast.
Hey, listen, as a receiver, you're running that hitch route against man coverage. You can't loaf on it, right? I know it's just a little short throw, but you've got to make the defender think you might be going deep. So a nice job not just taking it easy on the play. He put his foot in the ground, he drove back to the ball, and made it easy on his quarterback.
Wants to throw on first down. A strike downfield. They're ripping off chunks of yardage. They get it to the 33. The Seminoles will snap it on 1st and 10. He makes the catch. Gets out of bounds after the big play, and they'll be set up in business with a 1st and goal. This offense has been a juggernaut, and they have a chance to pad their total just before halftime. He caught it. And he'll step out of bounds after a very productive play. They've pushed it ahead to the 4. They'll try to cash in on 2nd and goal. He wants it all. And it's caught. Touchdown Seminoles. I don't know exactly what the defensive coverage was, but it certainly wasn't part of the plan to leave him that wide open.
Oh, I don't think they know what their defensive coverage was either. How do you leave that big guy open down here in the red zone? You know the quarterback loves the big tight ends in this area. Really poor job by the defense.
He'll try to tack on one more. The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
A bit of an under-the-radar game this week, guys, but take a look at this. Kennesaw State is in the unusual position of having to come from behind right now, but there's not a soul who doesn't believe they can't pull this off. They're trailing by 11 to Middle Tennessee. We'll circle back if anything changes in this exciting college football matchup.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. This pass rush has just been relentless, and you can bet your bottom dollar they're about to bring the heat again. They're bringing heat. Couldn't find anyone open here, and he'll live to fight another play. It'll be 3rd down. I'm not positive, but that 1st down marker might be in the next county. And he was fortunate not to lose yardage on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage. The defense going to stop the clock with a timeout. They want to make sure they have everybody on the same page. So from his own end zone, the punt is away. On the return, it's Matthews. And the returner will be knocked down. The offense lining up for a 1st down play. They're going to throw it to start the drive. Got his man on the right.
Well, it's a nice job by the defender. They're closing the gap with the wide receiver. They're going to complete the hitch pass, but he's able to run right up on him, get him to the ground for a minute.
Timeout called by the offense, and now they just have 1 remaining in the half. He wants to pass it on 2nd down. Snags it over the middle. They make the stop, but not before they do their work up top and pick up a 1st down. New set of downs after that completion. To the air on 1st down. On the run, still looking. Quarterback tried to scramble around for a while, but the defense able to bring him down.
Well, we knew coming into this game, this defense had some matchups they felt really good about up front. They won one right there, getting to the quarterback, creating a negative play. And they're going to need these guys to start winning more of those because they are finding themselves in a hole here early in the game.
Running out of time here in the 1st half. They're going to have to be efficient to put some points on the board before the break. Unloads to the wideout. A beautifully placed ball to the outside and the toe drag for the big pickup. So it's 1st down, but with just a few seconds, they'll try to put up a 3 before halftime. It's good. And now the lead is even bigger.
That makes the score Florida State 38, Miami 14.
So they get the late field goal right before the half, and not much time after this kickoff for an answer. On the move from inside is 5. Coverage team there to make the stop. They avoid disaster, and that's the end of the 1st half. That's going to wrap up the 1st half here, and now we join Kevin with the halftime update.
Guys, between the coaches who have matched wits in this game and the players and the unforgettable moments, Miami, Florida State is must-see TV, and today is no different. Each of these two offenses has looked like well-oiled machines, but it doesn't take a genius to figure out these two passing attacks have run circles around these defenses. Man or zone, nothing seems to be working, and I'm not sure that defensive coordinator is going to be able to figure things out here at halftime. With that, let's throw it back to the guys to see how the battle between Miami and Florida State plays out.
And the returner runs out of real estate as he goes down. Here comes the Hurricane offense looking to gather a little more strength. They face a pretty tall mountain here, Jesse, down 24, but if they're going to climb it, this is a good time to start.
Sense of urgency's got to be big right here. You just get the feeling at this point of the game, David, they've got to score on this drive. Obviously, their defense needs to get stops, but at this point, offensively, they've got to execute much better.
They got to be super aggressive. Down 24, you're going to need 3 touchdowns, 3 two-point conversions, everything to kind of go your way. So fast and throwing the football.
Out of the shotgun on 3rd down. Grabbed in the middle. It's Averill. Finally pulled down, but not before. Moving the chains for a 1st down. On the move. Finding a way to put that foot in the ground and get it up to the 37-yard line. Solid pickup of 4 on 1st down. It's 2nd and 6. He's looking to throw. Fires to the tight end. Tackle is made, but not until he gets the 1st down. The Hurricanes are moving quickly down the field. The give to the running back from the shotgun.
I never know if it's grammatically correct to say a team is being out-physicaled. You hear it a lot in football, though. That's happening in this game. They are just not getting the push they need all game long up front to have any success when they decide to run it.
He's really close to that 1st down marker, but they stop him just a bit short. He's looking to throw on 3rd and short. Grab near the marker. It's Averill. And that is a nifty bit of navigation to get through that traffic and get the 1st down. Use the play fake. Now to throw. He's going to take off. They'll rip off 8 on that play. It's 2nd and 2. Play number 9 on this drive. Fast motion from the offense. Give to the running back. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Guys, this offense is already reeling down multiple possessions. Really need to cash in on this drive. Release to the back. It's complete to the right. And he's brought down after a nice game. And this junior quarterback shows you why the scouts love that big arm of his. Looking for space. It's Braxton. Defense there to stop him after a pickup of 2 down to the 15. After picking up a couple, it's 2nd and 8. Red pass, it's complete. And good coverage by the defense, just a short gain. Boy, they'd love to pick up this conversion and go to work with a 1st and goal. And the pressure was too much. They get him at the 15.
And that is a major reason why this team is losing the football game. They can't protect the quarterback. They can't generate big plays in the passing game because up front, they're getting beaten time and time again.
And it looks as if they're going to try a field goal. It's good. He hit that one right down the middle. They'll kick it away after putting up a field goal on that last drive. Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. Hand off from the shotgun. Not much there. Picks up a couple to the 22. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. And that's going to be incomplete. A lot of contact on the play, but no flags. It'll be third down. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. On third down, going up top. Here he goes breaking the pocket. And he scoots his way to the first down and then slides to avoid the hit. And the Noles come to the line with a new set of downs. Coming out on first down with the play fake. Lets it fly deep downfield. And he got a hand on it to knock it down in the end zone. Line getting set on second down. He's looking to throw. Got him downfield. And he was loose and in the open field and on his way. A tremendous pickup on that one. They'll ride the running back and leave it with him. Just has a knack of finding that crease and gets it down to the 41. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. He's looking to throw. Catch in the middle, it's Cameron. He stops him at the 31, but not before. He picks up 10 yards on the play. It's 1st and 10 from the 31. Motion from the offense. Nice pitch and catch there, and they'll have enough for the first down. And the Seminoles are threatening in the red zone. They'll try the run. Knocked off his feet, but not before he picks up 6 yards down to the 10. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. Operating in the red zone here on second down. From the shotgun, the inside give. Gets it inside the 10, picks up a yard. They'll mark it at the 9. Not a lot of ground to cover and not much to defend. A big third down in the red zone. He makes a grab. And he was pushing for that goal line, but the D stopped him at the 2. The Seminoles trying to cash it in on 1st and goal. On the ground. Touchdown, Florida State. And the route is on. Guys, so far this hasn't been wide right or wide left. The Seminoles have been on point as they build this lead.
And the Seminole dynasties were always built on elite playmaking offense, teams that could score points. This is a rivalry game with Miami, Palmer, but they're putting up points when it matters.
Yeah, they're not going to let this one come down to the kicker for another wide right. They're just going to handle the business here on the field, offensively and defensively. They have smothered Miami all game long.
Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Syracuse is currently ahead in this one, but I don't see Jim Brown or Ernie Davis or even Donovan McNabb out there. This team has struggled to pull away. They're up by 4 over Virginia. Your boy KC has you covered here in studio, guys, in case anything changes in this one.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. And they're able to force him out of bounds after a short pickup.
Second down coming up.
They'll keep it on the ground. Brought down to the ground, but he has enough for the first down. After picking up this first down on the ground, let's see what they do. Might as well give it to him again. Not a lot of daylight. He gets 1 to the 32. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. The give on the inside. Great pickup as they'll keep this drive moving, and they've got it at the 45. And the Hurricanes are on the move. From the gun, running back on the move. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Lost 1 on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. He's looking to throw. Got it set up on the outside. Corralled and brought down by the defense. 3rd and short coming here right from the midfield stripe. Looking for a physical attack from the gun. The Canes pick up the first down. Offense about to reel off its 7th play of the drive. They're getting this guy lathered up. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. Wide open downfield. That is exactly what you're looking for when you talk explosive plays. The defense finally able to make the stop. And the Canes will line it up on 1st and 10. The offense showing motion from the tight end, trying to get a read on the D. They'll run it from the gun. And excellent vision to find running room there and make a really good pickup before the defense put a stop to it. He'll set up to throw. Fires into traffic, intercepted. Inside the 40. The 30. He's at the 10. Touchdown, no! A great return for the touchdown. Any return for a touchdown is a great one to a defense. The DB saw it. He thought, don't drop it, don't drop it. Then thought, don't get caught, don't get caught. And he didn't. The pick six.
Hey, these guys can play offense, too, now. Look at this. I showed you I can be a wide receiver. Coach might split them out at wide receiver next week after making that big play. But defense, great job making the interception. And you're right, doing something with it. Don't just slide down. Don't be content. Take that thing all the way back, brother.
PAT unit on the field. And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. They're about to kick it away, and the defense probably can't wait to get back out there after the pick six. And he's going to bring it out of the end zone. He's brought down at the 16. Would have been much better off to take the touchback. And here comes that Miami offense back onto the field. That last pick six after a drive like that, David, can swing the momentum of a game.
The defense is still celebrating. I mean, such a big play. I mean, they gave up some yards but did what they're supposed to do. Now, Jesse, this offense has to put a drive together.
Yeah, they have to recapture some momentum here. What they can't do is go 3 and out and give the ball right back.
He's going to be able to pick up a few yards before the slide. So what do they have for 3rd and short from their own 23? They'll stick to the ground looking for the marker. And boy, is he close to that first down, maybe just a couple of inches short. And the Canes line up to punt it away. They'll get down and put a stop to this return. They'll mark it at the 32. First snap of this drive comes from the 32. They'll go to the ground. And they try the middle of this stout defense, and they rise to the challenge. Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. He's looking to throw. Quickly out to the tight end. He almost picked up the first down on that one, but he'll be just a little bit short. Lining up, trying to convert this 3rd and short from the 40. He'll try to pick it up on the ground. And how about that alertness and that swarming D to keep him from getting the first down? The Knowles will line up to punt it away. They're up to a half-dozen kicks today. He'll call for the fair catch here. Here comes the Hurricane offense looking to gather a little more strength. Got his man quickly. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that first down marker. On 2nd down, will they go back to the ground game? Receiver on the move gets the touch pass. And they wrap him up, but not before he's got enough for the first down. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. They'll snap it on first down from the 35. They'll give it to the back. Just sort of a relentless run, getting everything that was available to him, and they'll mark him down at the 40. The give to the back. Turns it on in midfield. What a good run there. He has enough for the first down. The Hurricanes have their offense in high gear. Looking to go up top on first down. It's complete. They stop him just a link or two short of the first, and man, what they can do on second down here. Wide receiver now comes in motion. They'll go back to the ground. And the Hurricanes get it past the sticks. They've got it at the 36 on 1st and 10. He's going to pass. Coming after him. And the quarterback will be slung down back at the 43.
The name of the game is protecting your quarterback. He can't have success or complete passes on his back. Let's get the quick passing game going, maybe hand the football off. But whatever we're doing, let's go the opposite direction.
That last play, the kind of thing that can mess up a really good drive. It's 2nd and 17. He's looking to throw. He's got his man. And he was able to get away from one tackle, but plenty of help was on the way. Decent pickup on that play. They try to pop a run on the draw. And they'll finally get him down after a terrific pickup. The Canes have it with a 1st and 10. Movement here from the tight end. They'll run it from the gun. Blast his way ahead, but not much room. A pickup of 1 to the 24. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. Right back to the well. And they try the middle of this defense, and that is not happening. Ball's at the 24, a lot of confidence in their kicker from here, but they'd love to take it off of his foot and convert the first down. And he's not going to get there. The defense stands tall and makes the stop. And they'll have to settle for a field goal try. Never a doubt. And they'll put 3 on the board, but the deficit remains huge. So after putting 3 on the board, the kickoff team is out there ready to boot it away. On the run from inside his own 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. Offense set on first down. Power football with the run. Good vision and determination there to find his way up to the 23. On second down, just keeps firing. Quick strike complete. And talk about spreading the ball around. Everyone getting a chance to show off the hands based on the number of targets we've seen. I guess if you're an optimist, the stage is set for a massive fourth quarter comeback. So they're facing 3rd and short from the 25. Off the RPO, complete. Now they'll really try to get this drive going. Good execution on 3rd down as they have it 1st and 10 at the 31. They'll go to the counter. Dragged down after a pickup of 5 out to the 35. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. He'll try it again. Just a solid stop by this sophomore. How bold will they be on 3rd down after that last run? Wide out in motion. Quick pass on the jet motion. Gets it to the 42-yard line, and that's a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Here's the give off the left side. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. Pulls and fires complete to the right. They make the stop after the catch, and still some work to do to pick up that first down. Third and short now from their own 48. Out of the gun to give to the back. Nice move to stay on his feet. Couldn't ask for much more there. A first down, and they're down to the 42. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. It's a 1st and 10 from the 42-yard line. Wide receiver coming across in motion. Right back to the well. And they'll bring him to the ground after a short gain. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. Here's the handoff. And the defense snows him under after a very short gain. A 3rd down try for the offense. From the gun, they'll try to impose their will. And he's not going to make it. The defense denying him the first down. They were unfazed by that earlier 4th down failure and will try for a 2nd time in this one. He's got him, and they convert. Well, they just drained all the suspense out of the 4th down conversion, moving the chains easily.
That's a great example of the receiver knowing exactly where the first down marker is. He got the depth he needed to get, so once he was able to make the catch, he already knew he had it. Now a fresh set of downs.
All the way down to the 15-yard line. It's first down. Got some room headed to the goal line. He'll be stopped just short of the end zone, but they'll have it 1st and goal. So close to cashing it in for this offense. Pressure coming. And he is snowed under. Sacked at the 7.
At 1st and goal, I think a lot of people get very conservative. Let's run the football. Let's be very predictable. You can't be predictable, right, Palmer? You got to be aggressive, but what happened?
Well, I like the idea of calling a pass play down there, but hey, for quarterbacks, it's touchdowns, checkdowns, or throwaways. You are not taking a sack under any circumstance right there. That quarterback's got to do a better job having the clock go off in his head. Keep his offense in good position to score.
Knocked down after a gain of 1. They'll mark it at the 6. After a drive this long, a field goal would be demoralizing at this point. It's 3rd and goal. Finds his big tight end. And they've got him down after the short completion, but they inch closer and closer to Pater. Now on 4th down, they'll send out the field goal unit. It is good. And they just tack on a little more to this gargantuan lead. They're really starting to extend that lead as they get ready to kick it away again. And he takes this from inside the 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. And here comes that Miami offense back onto the field. Trying to find his man on 1st down. Gets it out quickly.
This slot receiver gives defensive coordinators nightmares. You have got to double him virtually on every pass play. He better have safety help over top. Otherwise, this guy's a threat to score every time they...
Got a lot of running room. Inside the 10. Touchdown, Hurricane. Made the snag and strolled his way into the end zone. Once the game reaches this point, you start thinking ahead on how you can find something positive to take into the next game.
Dang right. Keep the offense rolling. Try to find some plays that I can use throughout this season that I can have some more success, or I guess have success. I haven't had a lot of success today, but I'm looking for the future.
Ready to try the point after.
For the extra point.
Bangs it through for an extra point. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Guys, let's take a look at what's happening in a great college football matchup. Kennesaw State is in the unusual position of having to come from behind right now, but there's not a soul who doesn't believe they can't pull this off. It's a tight one right now. They're trailing by only 5 to Middle Tennessee. Just another week of college football where we've come to expect the unexpected. Fellas?
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. Rides to the back. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Third down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. Leaves it with the running back. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. And the Seminoles will send out the punt unit. They make the stop, and that is exactly what you want out of your punt cover unit. Here comes the Hurricane offense looking to gather a little more strength. Going up top on first down. The Sweet Feet buy a little time. On the run, and he'll slide to avoid the big hit. Now on second down. He's looking to throw. Using his feet to buy time. They finally get him on the ground, but not before he rips off enough for a first down. Moving into scoring territory at the 36 on first down. He's looking to throw it. Finds his tight end.
I tell you, I love the play call on first down here. You're just trying to find an easy completion, and the shortest throw on the field for the quarterback is finding your biggest target, and that's the tight end. Nice job.
Receiver looks it in. It's complete. Tackle is made after the first down. And the Canes are marching down the field. Wide receiver shows motion. Off the play fake on first down. And he dropped it, just didn't look the thing all the way in. After misfiring, it's second down. They'll run it out of the shotgun. Knocked down, but not before he crossed into the red zone and picked up 4 yards down to the 17.
17 yards. Third down coming up.
On the run, it's Braxton. And sure, tackling there to keep him from getting to the first down marker. Down by multiple possessions, you can't come up empty on this drive. They'll go for it on fourth down. The completion well past the sticks. Works his way to the 4-yard line, and they'll have it first and goal. They'll try to get it in with the run. He pushes it forward all the way to the 2-yard line. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. They've moved it forward to the 2. Now it's second and goal. Tries again to get it in. Nice, solid form tackle from this sophomore. Third and goal where you separate the wheat from the chaff. Barges ahead. Going right back to the well, and this time he finds water. Gets it into the end zone for the touchdown.
Yeah, and listen, that is awesome. You see the guys continue to fight, continue to keep competing because this game is over. Like, we don't need to fool y'all. We're not trying to get y'all to stick around and improve ratings. Like, the game's over, but you're continuing to fight. You're powered in for the touchdown and show your kids that we're going to always fight no matter what the score is.
Lining up to add another. Smashes it through for the PAT. They just finished off a 53-yard scoring drive. They're down big, but they'll keep fighting to the bitter end and line up for the onside kick here. Not much drives more anxiety than waiting to see if the hands team can corral the onside kick, and they do. Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. And they'll bring him down after a short pickup. Got 3 on first down at 2nd and 7. They'll keep it on the ground, trying to milk the clock. Brought to the ground, but not before getting enough for the first down. Now on 1st and 10 from the 29. Single back formation, and they give it to it. He gets it across the 25 to the 24, give him 5 on the carry. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and this offense will be quite content just to drain the rest of the time away. The give to the back. And he doesn't find much running room, a short gain on the play. 3rd and short from the 22. Is the field goal unit getting ready, or is this already 4-down territory? They'll try to run for it. The Seminoles get enough for the first down. This drive has been exclusively on the ground. Could they be setting up a shot play? They'll leave it with him. Able to scrounge 3 yards out of that one somehow. It's 2nd and 7. With the clock running, this should be the final play. When you deal with a rivalry game, you have to live with the outcome for a full year. And this one is going to rest in their minds for the entire season going into next year.
And it's not going to sit well with the losing team. When you lose these, you're going to get hounded and you're going to get hate. You're going to get social media is going to destroy you about losing to your rival. But you got to put it past you. It is just one game. It's not that big of a deal. Well, Jesse, yeah, it kind of is.
It kind of is a big deal. You're right, David. I mean, a lot of these kids, they played with each other or against each other in high school. They've known each other for a long time. There's going to be a lot of trash talking going on, not just between players, but the fans, their families, coaching staffs. This is a game that's going to get talked about for an entire year. And you talk about wanting to get revenge, it's going to take some time.
So that's going to do it for us. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis saying so long. This has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football. Welcome to Orlando, Florida, and the campus of UCF. The Knights are ready to rock an FBC Mortgage Stadium, already bouncing as these fans have been preparing since early this morning. We have a top 25 class between two of the best teams in the sport, and both hoping to enhance their postseason resume. As we'll see a team fresh and ready to go off a bye week, the North Texas Mean Green, taking on the 19th ranked team in the land, the UCF Knights. Glad to have you with us for EA Sports College Football. I'm Reese Davis, David Pollack and Jesse Palmer with me in the booth. Guys, we are ready to tee it up. We'll get us started with the opening kickoff. Here he comes from inside his own 5. And the return man has no place to run, no place to hide, and a place to be tackled. So North Texas offense is going to be backed up thanks to that lackluster return. And as this star running back comes onto the field, everybody in the stadium knows he's going to get it. The defense knows it. Doing something about it is quite a different thing.
It's hard to stop him. He's hard to handle because he can do it in so many ways. He can run by you. He can run through you. He really has the whole package, and that's why he's a superstar, and that's why they'll feed him early and often.
They'll throw it on first down. He finds his man, makes the catch, and he's brought down. North Texas in the hurry-up.
When you reach this point in the season, these types of games, top 25 matchups, really determine whether you're going to be a contender.
Yeah, and really show what you're going to be the rest of the season. How are you going to finish strong throughout the season? You know, the first part of the season, now getting to the middle of the season, Palmer, getting a chance to show what you're about so you can finish strong.
It's a resume builder, no doubt about it. And really, there's been so much anticipation building up to this top 25 matchup. So which team can control their emotions, I think, goes a long way in who wins this one.
From the gun, the running back has it. And a really nice run and pick up there before the defense avoided disaster and stopped the really big play. He wants to throw. Fires to the middle. He's got an open man. He was working his way toward that goal line. They'll stop him at the 2 after the big play up top.
We knew this offense wanted to come out here and let it rip through the air. This QB is in a beautiful rhythm early. Nice job with his footwork and his eyes, and he completes a big one there.
Into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, Mean Green.
I don't know how many people expected this to happen, playing on the road in this environment against a better opponent, but they showed tremendous poise on the opening drive. Nice execution. They scored a touchdown. That was big time.
Lining up for the PAT. And the PAT makes it 7-0. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
7, UCF 0.
From inside his own 10, let's see what he gets. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. So the UCF Knights offense will go to work for the first time. And the spotlight in this game will undoubtedly be on these star wide receivers, David.
I mean, they're featured, Reese. Like, these guys are going to touch the football a lot. These offenses are built to get them the football, to make plays. We're in for a few catches today, Palmer.
We sure are. When you can get open like these guys can, when you have the speed to take the top off of a defense, you know you're going to see a lot of explosive plays today.
Got his man in the middle. And they reacted well to the completion, but it was too late to keep him from getting the first down. Out of the shotgun, they go to the ground. Finds his way for 3 out to the 33. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line, 2nd and 7. Here's a quick throw out to the left. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there, still a bit short of the first down. They turn to the passing game on 3rd and short. Tremendous awareness along the sideline and the ability to get the foot down for the big pickup. And they just want to give this guy a chance to make a play on third down, and more times than not, he is going to deliver.
And he's so good, so efficient, such a good route runner, got the speed, got the complete game, so you definitely want to highlight him, and especially on those downs that matter the most. If something's not open quick underneath, find him, he'll make those contested catches.
Fires to the big fella. They're able to get him stopped just shy of the first down marker. The Knights moving quickly to the line. From the gun, the running back tries to hit the hole. They'll pick up enough yardage for the first down. They've got it at the 30. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. The run from the shotgun. Wrestled down at the 26. It's a gain of 4. After the productive first down play at 2nd and 6. He's looking to throw. Catch in the middle. It's Balkinson. They get him on the ground, but not before he gets enough for the first down. The Knights with the 1st and 10. From the gun, the ground game. Plows ahead for a pickup of 4 down to the 14. Going to work in the red zone, they can't pick up the first down without getting it into the end zone. The give to the back. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. On 3rd and long, try to convert through the air. He's got it on the move. And he's not going to get there. The defense stands tall and makes the stop. 4th down and 1, and they'll go for it. Pre-snap motion in the backfield. They'll try it on the ground. Defense makes a stop, but the chains move, and it's 1st and goal from the 8. New set of downs right on the doorstep for this offense. With the run on 1st and goal. He steps and powers and works his way. They finally get him down at the 2. Now the offense tries to punch it in on 2nd and goal. Tries again to get it in. And he takes it to the house. Touchdown, UCF!
I think what you love about that opening drive for the offense is the balance. They were able to throw the football to set themselves up into position, and then he carries it in for the TD. You got to be able to keep defenses on their heels, and they did a nice job of that on this opening drive.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. Right down the boulevard. So the 16-play drive and finish the deal with the short touchdown run from the 2. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. North Texas sends the offense back onto the field. He'll keep it himself. Just ran over it. And he'll pick up the first down after a tough run there. North Texas in the hurry-up.
Ooh, I like that option play. I'd keep running that too because it's obvious. The defense right now is really keying in on this running back. That was a big point of emphasis for them all week long in practice, and it's opening up holes now for the quarterback to run.
They go right back to him. Finding a way to put that foot in the ground and get it up to the 37-yard line. Now on 3rd down after that run. From the gun, wants to pass. Grabbed over the middle, it's Harvey. And he's to the 48-yard line. That'll be good enough for a first down. North Texas really has it going on offense. Off the play fake on 1st down to throw. He's going up top. It's incomplete, and he's lucky to get that one back. Almost intercepted. After the quarterback and receiver failed to hook up, they'll try it again on 2nd down. Keeps looking downfield. Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a first down. They want to get this defense on its heels.
Man, that used to just drive me nuts. I couldn't stand that. The quarterback drops back to pass, scrambles around. You got me chasing you all over the field, getting close to the sideline. Stay in bounds. Please stay in bounds. Let me get a little bit of a reward for all my running so I can just put some kind of hit on you. Nope. Steps out of bounds.
He wants to throw it. Unleashes to the end zone. And he's got it. Touchdown, North Texas.
Touchdown, North Texas.
Receivers do this every day, all day. Throw it up. I will go get it. I will stay in bounds. Nice job knowing where he was at on the field to get that foot in bounds, to get the big touchdown for this offense.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. And the extra point is true, and they're on top by 7. So it's an 80-yard drive, and they close the deal with the 7-yarder for the score. He'll start the return inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Now the UCF offense ready to go back to work. Trying to start the drive with a pass. Finds the tight end. And not much doing there as that defense runs him out of bounds. Now here on second down, see if they keep tossing it around. From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. Dragged down to the turf, but not before getting the first down. The Knights will hustle to the line.
You wonder now on offense, have they found something in the run game? Finally, it's been tough for them to get the run game going, but they picked up a nice gain on that last one. Let's see if they go back to it.
Good, solid pickup on that one. They got it out to the 40, and it's first down. The Knights come to the line with a fresh set of downs.
That receiver found the open space in the zone coverage, and as a defense, honestly, you just throw your hands up on that because they covered it pretty well. It was just a good play call and really nice execution.
Defense caught out of position, and they get him down finally at the 38.
When you're throwing these comeback routes, man, the timing has got to be so good between the two of them because you know the ball is going to be in the air a long time. You can't throw it late. It's going to get picked. That time, really nice job getting it out early, and the receiver doing a nice job on his route so that the ball was right on him as soon as he turned around.
Offense, quick tempo. Looking to throw on second down. Caught over the middle. It's Balkinson. And he goes down after making the grab. Picked up a few, but he's still short of the first down marker. On third and short, they'll try to pick it up on the ground here. The Knights have enough for the first down. They're about to snap it for the 7th time on this drive. Out of the gun, the inside handoff to the running back. Brought down after picking up 3 down to the 22. Got 3 on first down at 2nd and 7. The pull and throw off the RPO. He's close to the first down, but they're going to mark him just a little short. The Knights have pushed it inside the 20. Tackled after picking up the first down. Up-tempo for the offense. They'll ride the hot hand. Delivers the contact. And he broke one tackle on the way to a solid pickup there. Going to work on second down in the red zone and still some ground to cover to pick up that first down. He's looking to throw. He got it. They'll get him stopped just short of the end zone, but they're in business here with a first down. Defense is backed up. Shadow of the goalpost trying to defend. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Knights! You know what? Methuselah lived 969 years. He was born and died in the amount of time it took them to walk it down the field and score that touchdown.
And that's just so frustrating. Play after play after play, you line up, you try to do your assignment, and you fail, and they cap it off with a touchdown. Oh, Methuselah.
Getting set for the point after. And it's up and good. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Dynamite matchup today, fellas. Let's show you what's going down. Liberty has been blitzed from the opening kick, and as you can see, the score right now is a lot to a little. They're trailing by 14 to Sam Houston. We'll circle back. If anything big happens, you should know about it.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. Runs ahead and powers his way for 4 yards out to the 30. From the gun, the running back looking for room. Found a little space, and he's got 4 to the 35. These are the types of plays where offenses impose their will. 3rd and short from the 45. The option look. Smacks it with the stiff arm. That'll be enough for the first down, and they'll mark it at the 48. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. Got his man downfield. And he almost ran away from everybody on that one. A huge pickup on that play. From the gun, running back gets to give. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. North Texas in the hurry up. Trying to impose their will with the run. Got some room, headed to the goal line. Touchdown, Mean Green. And they add 6 more to the board with that trip to the house.
Number 27.
What a nice touchdown run, and this is a team effort, right? It's got to start with the offensive line to give you that crease, and then the wide receivers start to kick in, and the running back, he handles the rest. Nice touchdown run.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with the extra point, the score is now 21 to 14. So that scoring drive took only 6 plays. And what a way to finish it off with a 21-yard touchdown run. On the move from inside his 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. The UCF offense back on the field, ready to go to work. To the ground with the back. They knock him down after a gain of 3 to the 23. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. Just a short pass to the tight end. Really nice job there by both guys, the throw and the catch, to work that defense and get the first down. That throw and catch, a really good example of why coaches don't want a quarterback to get stuck on a particular target, isn't it, David?
Yep, that's exactly right. Find the guy who's open, because you got so many guys that have so much speed that can do so much damage on the field. Find my matchup, get it to him, let him do the rest.
We're through one, and what a back-and-forth battle between these two quarterbacks as we look at the stats. They've swapped ends of the field, and we're ready to go in the second. The Knights will have it 1st and 10. Swings it out to the flat. They make the stop right there. Good pickup. It's still short of the first down. They can really be aggressive after that last play. It's 2nd and 3. Off the play fake. Fires to the middle. Complete downfield. And they'll finally catch up to him, but not before a big chunk of yardage is picked up. Pass rush gets there. gets home, gets him down at the 23.
All right, offense has got to be better. You've done a nice job getting the football to this point in the red zone, but now you can't go backwards. You've got to be able to get rid of the football if it's not there, and that was a terrible play giving up the sack.
A first down sack can wreck a drive. Let's see what they've got on 2nd and 14. Running back searching for a hole. They wrestle him down after he picks up 6 inside the 20 and down at the 18. Now facing a 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. And the rush will get to him at the 25. Well, I guess they call it a free safety for a reason. He was free to do a little ad-libbing there.
And most of the time, you have that guy in the middle of the field kind of reading the quarterback's eyes, playing the quarterback. You could tell he was dialed into the quarterback, saw him, saw he was taking off, went to him, got him on the ground.
And on 4th down, they'll try to salvage the drive with a field goal. And he'll need a little distance and accuracy, a 42-yarder from the left hash. And the kicker delivers the 3 to salvage that drive. After that last field goal drive, they're set to kick it away. On the run from inside his own 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. North Texas takes possession. The Mean Green offense will return to the field. Snagged in the middle. It's Harvey.
Well, this tight end is so athletic that at times they'll line him up in different parts of the field. That time he was in the slot. Nice job running the route, finding the open space in the defense for the completion.
What a job to lay out and make the catch. And he unleashed the RPMs on that pass. Man, this sophomore has an arm.
Man, I love those guys that are willing to put their body on the line, and he does it right here, man. Just lays out. That ball's coming in. You can see it from several yards out, making that play, laying out, keeping the football from touching the turf. Great concentration, great effort by the receiver.
Didn't get much on 1st down. It's 2nd and 9. Handoff from the gun. Not a whole lot of progress made there on the short run. North Texas in the hurry up. Trying to move the sticks on 3rd down through the air. It's caught. That'll be enough for the 1st down as they stop him at the 43-yard line.
Well, offensive coordinators put in countless hours every week trying to formate and use different personnel groupings and shifts and motions to give their offense a success on 3rd down. You can tell in this game, this offensive coordinator, he has put in the work this week.
Wants to throw on 2nd down. And he was hit just as he released it, and it falls to the turf. A 3rd and long coming up here. Looking to throw. They're setting up the screen. Just having these dudes bounce off of him like popcorn. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a 1st down. And after that pitch and catch, he's already over 200 yards, and we're in the 1st half, Jesse.
Man, Reese.
And the ball's out, and they're after it. Defense swarming on that loose ball. It'll be a turnover.
As a defender, you dream about those big hits. You work hard on it in practice, closing space, getting close, and just sticking that guy and causing the fumble.
UCF has it once again. What do you think about that? They go to the ground. Good pickup on that play. It'll bring up 2nd and 4. Kept it on the ground on 1st down. Now back to the line. On 2nd down, he's looking downfield. He makes the connection. They make the stop, but the sweet throw and catch is plenty to give him a 1st down.
Really nice job by quarterback and wide receiver. This is why you do film work. This is why you throw on air all offseason. I know I get zone coverage. I know exactly where I'm breaking. I know exactly where to deliver the football. Nice throw, nice catch.
They're working that left side. Excellent job working through the air. They're finding a hole in that defense and picking up a first down.
Well, we see another catch by this guy. This defense is going to need to do a better job of tackling the catch. In coverage, I know they want to slap the ball away, but if you can't do it and force the incompletion, you've got to at least make sure you're able to drag him down to the ground as soon as he catches the ball.
And they'll finally bring him down after he rips off a huge play. The give to the single back. Works his way down to the 10-yard line after a pickup of 3. The Knights come to the line in the hurry-up. Dialing up a second down pass play. They're trying to get to it. Just had to get rid of that one. Good job to fight another play. Tight quarters deep in the red zone, but they can pick up a first down without scoring. Third down. He caught it. He gets it so close to the first down marker, but I think he's going to be a touch short. Try to get it on the ground. Into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, UCF!
And the offense continues to run the football. The second rushing touchdown from the running back. The offensive line paving holes. Continue to feed this man the ball.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point puts them up by a field goal. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Guys, let's get you up to speed on what's going down in this fun college football game today. Nebraska is ahead in this one, but unlike the days of Tom Osborne, this has not been a blowout today in Lincoln. They're up by 7 over Oklahoma State. Just another week of college football where we've come to expect the unexpected. Fellas?
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. And he gets it just beyond the line of scrimmage before he gets down. They move the tight end all over. Out of the gun, the inside handoff, looking for a crease. Running hard and getting 6 yards out to the 26. Now looking for that first down on 3rd and short from the 26. They'll try to pick it up on the ground. That'll move the chains. It'll be a first down for North Texas. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. From the shotgun, the handoff to the back. What a nifty run there to pick up the first down. He's piled up 97 yards rushing, and that should be no surprise. He's been among the nation's elite all season. Comes out throwing on first down. Makes a connection. Good pickup there. They'll move the chains, and they're set up at the 41. North Texas has it going to work with another first down. From the gun, they'll try to impose their running game. And a nice solid pickup there before the defense wrestles him to the ground. On second down, looking again to throw. He's got his man, makes the grab. And he's knocked down, but not before moving the chains. North Texas in the hurry-up. Off the play fake on first down, wants to throw. A strike downfield. And he was loose and in the open field and on his way. A tremendous pickup on that one. Got his man. They go up top to get it down to the 5-yard line as they try to pay off this drive. Second and goal for this offense.
It's now second and
The run up the middle, looking for the score. And he takes it to the house. Touchdown, North Texas.
The identity of this offense is their ability to run the football. They're doing that in this game. That's now 3 rushing touchdowns on the day.
On to attempt the try.
The kicker on for the extra point.
And the extra point is good, and it's a 4-point lead. So a drive there of 84 yards, and they punctuated it with a 5-yard touchdown run.
UCF 24.
And he passes on the touchback. Here he comes. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. Now the UCF offense ready to go back to work. The give to the tailback. That run epitomizes a veteran, savvy senior who knows how to find space. They'll put the tight end in motion. Off play action on first down. Got it in the middle, it's Balkinson. And the big gain, and they've got it on the 46. They are dialed in on this drive. A couple of chunk plays, and now they'll snap it on first down. Looking to move it through the air. Steps away. And the quarterback was trying to extend the play, and the defense brought it to a close. Big first down sack for the defense. Brings up second down. He's looking to throw. And he was hit just as he was releasing the pass, and it falls to the ground incomplete. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. Moves away as he feels pressure. And he's not going to make it. The defense denying him the first down. The Knights will punt this one away. First punt of the day, and he'd love to lock them up close to their goal line. And they can't get on top of it to down it, so that ball will come out to the 20. North Texas sends the offense back onto the field. He wants to start this drive with a pass. Pulls it in. It's Peppers. They stop him just short of the first down, but it will be second and inches coming up.
And that's the danger. When you've got a receiver like that, if you blitz and you're playing man coverage, he's one-on-one, and he's going to burn you if you don't get home to the quarterback.
That pass is incomplete, and they might be fortunate it wasn't knocked free for a fumble. It'll be third down. They'll keep this drive moving by picking up the first down. They have it at the 36. He's up to 113 yards on the ground, and he's been terrific all season, ranking in the top 10 in rushing. They'll give it to him again. A most efficient pickup of 6 on first down. It's second and 4. Moving quickly, trying to rattle the D. Looking for a crease to the left. That's what you expect from a senior. Don't give them any extra yards. Great tackle there. They have it at the 43. Third and short, trying to avoid making a decision on fourth down. Good tackle there to stop him short of the first down. It'll bring up a big decision. North Texas will have to punt it away. This will be their first punt of the afternoon. No fair catches here, looking for room. They'll get him down at the 21-yard line. The coverage team able to stop him right there. They'll throw it on first down. The clock has reached the 2-minute mark, and they have a chance to at least cut into this lead before the break. On second down, wants to throw it. Makes the grab over the middle. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground to cover to pick up the first. They're at their fastest tempo trying to get off this third down play. From the gun, wants to pass. And it goes through his hands. Oh, he had an explosive play right there for the taking, but couldn't reel it in. 4th down, and the punt team sends it the other way. Not going to risk a return here. He'll make the fair catch. North Texas takes possession. The Mean Green offense will return to the field. This has been a track meet running up and down the field so far, Jesse.
It's amazing for this offense, right? Score a touchdown, go try to get a rest on the sideline. It feels like you blink and you're right back on the field having to go score another one, David. It just feels like it's going to be that kind of game.
Well, so which defense can kind of change their identity a little bit, get more aggressive? You're giving up yards and touchdowns anyways. Who can get aggressive and maybe create a turnover?
They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. And sure, tackling there to keep him from getting to the 1st down marker. Here's a timeout on the field. Tight game here late in the 1st half. North Texas will have to punt it away. He'll try to really get into this one. Wants to return it. And the coverage team able to wrestle him down. 1st down for this offense. They'll start this drive with a pass. Got it in the middle. It's Marquez. There to make the tackle, but the big throw is good enough to give them a 1st down. He's going to pass. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. They'll line up for a 2nd down play. Misfired on the last play. They'll go back to the air. Fires to the big fella.
A nice job by the defense there tackling the catch and smothering the tight end. They know this offense is going to try to find him in the passing game in a lot of different situations. That time, perfect coverage, and nice job bringing the big guy down. Not easy to do.
That is exactly what you're looking for when you talk explosive plays. The defense finally able to make the stop. The Knights will snap it on 1st and 10. They'll throw it from the red zone. Quick completion on the out. And he'll step across the sidelines after making a good gain on that one. On 2nd down, he'll let it fly. He's got it and still on his feet. That completion takes them down to the 7-yard line, and they are ready to strike. They want to throw it. Catch at the end zone. Touchdown, Knights.
And I just love the execution by this offense. Late in the half, man, you want to take the lead. You want to get that momentum on your side, and they do it. They finish it with the passing game. I tell you what, keep that passing game up. You can keep this lead, keep the momentum, and keep putting up numbers.
And wait just a second. The official's going to take a second look at this one. And the play will stand after the replay booth just does a little double checking to make sure. And the extra point puts them up by a field goal. So that's a 60-yard touchdown drive. And they close the deal with the 7-yarder for the score. He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. Just a few seconds remaining here as they try to put something up before halftime.
False start. Offense.
So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. The offense set for a 1st down play. Out of the gun, the running back has it. Makes a man miss. And they swarm him under. That's the end of the 2nd quarter. That means it's time to join Kevin and our halftime update.
All right, guys, looks like we've got a great scene there in Orlando. And, you know, in a day where the spread option and air raid are the offenses of choice, how nice is it to see the 3 yards and a cloud of dust approach? Although we've also seen some runs go for a lot longer. Physical offensive lines coupled with great backs is like a throwback to the olden days, and that's refreshing. With that said, let's send it back to the guys inside the bounce house.
North Texas will kick it off to start things here in the 2nd half. And he takes this from inside the 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. The UCF offense back on the field, ready to go to work. Trying to set the tone on the ground in the second half. Tried to move that pile forward. He maybe gets two. He's down at the 21. Wants to fire on second down. Finds his man. It's Balkinson. Good job running that route to get past the sticks because he got nothing after the catch.
It's really tough on offenses when defenses know what you got to do. You got to pass the football. They're in man coverage. How about the receiver understanding where the first down is? He smells it. He goes and gets it.
And they're getting it rolling with that play to the 42-yard line. The Knights headed quickly to the line.
Nice confidence by the QB. Good throw over the middle of the field. Nice little strike down the field for a big play. Listen, you got to throw it where it's open. And he found a slot, found a little hole in the middle of the field. Nice job attacking.
He's going to let one fly down the middle. The receiver was doubled, and they picked it off. And they'll close in on him after a good return on the interception.
And that's got to feel good, and that's a play this young man is never going to forget. His first interception of the season. Great job reading the QB's eyes and getting to the football.
North Texas sends the offense back onto the field. Leaves it with the back. And they'll stop him just short of the first down, just inches away from moving the sticks.
Man, when I can run the football like that on first down and create second and inches and stay way ahead of the sticks and be in a position now where I can throw the football or run, I will have a lot of success on the offensive side of the football.
And they make the tackle, but he has plenty for the first down.
You got to give the O-line a lot of credit there because it gave the receiver time to work all the way across the field on the drag route against zone coverage. Quarterback gets it to him. He's able to turn it up and get a first down.
Solid pickup of 4 on first down. It's 2nd and 6. They give it to him again. Still on his feet at the 45. He's brought down, but not before they pick up the big first down. North Texas really has it going on offense.
And listen, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, I love teams that...
Fires deep toward the end zone. And they took a shot on that one, but couldn't make the connection. It's incomplete. After the missed connection, it's 2nd down.
Nice job by the defense there, taking all throws away from the quarterback. He had nowhere to put that football in the field to play, so that ball obviously had to go out of bounds.
He'll take another shot here. Brings it in down the left side. Touchdown, Mean Green. And that one will give him the lead.
Number 5.
How about that quarterback taking the shot downfield and delivering to the wide open receiver?
I love this quarterback, Reese, because he's aggressive. He wants to take shots. He's looking for every opportunity to show off that cannon and that arm talent. He showed it to all of us right there.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point is good. A 4-point game at 35-31. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
A lot of eyeballs on your game, guys, and a few on this interesting matchup as well. UTEP is down right now inside the Sun Bowl, but this young man under center today has shown some moxie. We could see a legend born today in El Paso. It's less than a touchdown lead. They're trailing by 6 to Western Kentucky. We are the eyes and ears of the college football fan, and we've got you covered all day here in studio, guys.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. He's got him in the flat. Makes the grab, and he's dragged down. The Knights want to pick up the tempo. Third down play from the gun. Oh, they really could have used that catch there. Physical pass defense. It brings up a 4th down. The Knights will call on their punt team. He will signal for the fair catch and take it just inside the 35. North Texas takes possession. The Mean Green offense will return to the field. From the shotgun, they'll run it. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11.
And sometimes for the defense, it just takes one play, right, to create some momentum. Obviously, this guy's been eating them up. He's got over 100 yards rushing on the day. But finally, David, they get something positive here in the run game defensively.
But you kind of know that coming in. He's going to get his. Such a great back, and he's had a great day. Need to put more plays together like that right there.
From the gun, he'll try to throw for it on 3rd down. And it's incomplete despite some serious arm strength shown there. North Texas will have to punt it away. They'll look to pin him deep. Just needs a crack to get a return. Really good job by the coverage team to make the stop, and that's where they'll put it in play. UCF has it once again. What do you think about that? Give to the running back. Finding a way to put that foot in the ground and get it up to the 37-yard line. After the 9-yard pickup on 1st down, here's 2nd and 1. Pulls and throws off the RPO. And works it to the 40-yard line. That'll be a 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. He'll come out throwing on 1st down. Grabbed in the backfield. It's Balkinson. And they pick up just a few on that completion. Offense lining up quickly.
And a great job by the defense, seeing it right away, reacting to the screen, going and getting the football, and getting the fast playmaking.
And they'll finally get him down after a terrific pickup. The Knights getting set on 1st and 10.
If they're going to sit back in zone, I'm going to make sure I know exactly what they're doing, find those holes, find those crossing patterns, and take advantage of that zone coverage.
Off the play fake on 1st down to throw. Fires to the wideout. Just masterful working that sideline and getting the toe down for the catch. The offense down to the 22 on 1st and 10. They'll move the running back to try to force the defense to adjust. Shoots it to the left. That pass is incomplete. Ready to fire from the pistol. They'll try the run. And it'll be a pickup of 9. They're facing a 3rd and 1. The Knights in the hurry up. Off play action. Makes the grab on the left. Knocked down after a short gain, but enough to move those chains. It's 1st down from the 11. Give to the back. And how about that interior defense stuffing the run for nothing? They'll go to the ground. And they try to run inside, and there is nowhere to go. They'd love to pick up this 3rd down and get a fresh set with 1st and goal. On 3rd and long, he's going to have to throw for it. And makes the grab in the end zone. Touchdown, UCF! These two guys, they just shared a glance, and they knew exactly what to do, David.
And how many times do we hear that? The quarterback talk about it after the game and go, hey, I just looked at him. He knew what I saw. I knew what he saw. We're on the same page. We've done this before. That chemistry equals big plays.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point puts them up by a field goal. They march 72 yards, and they finish it with an 11-yard touchdown dart. Here he comes from inside his own 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. North Texas sends the offense back onto the field. They'll give it to the back. Get some work done there. Pick up a 4 to the 22. After the productive first down play, it's 2nd and 6. He's looking to throw. Finds a man on the left. Good call, good execution as they move the chains and they have a first down at the 38.
And listen, you get zone coverage and you can hit that curl route and he comes open continually. Keep hitting it. This might be a play to come back to.
After picking up a couple, it's 2nd and 8.
Brings up 2nd down.
He's looking to throw. Right down the middle. He's got it. Big play for this offense as they get it to the 32. They get to the line quickly.
Man, this offense is so dangerous, Reese. They've got dudes all over the field that can make plays. There's a big gainer in the pass game.
You get a chunk of yards like that, now the defense is really on its heels. And the defense had that one well covered, just a short game there. North Texas in the hurry up.
Well, the defense playing zone coverage there. They're taking away all of the QB's primary options down the field, so he has to check it down to the drag running underneath.
Using his legs to buy some time. And he avoids the hit and slides after the short gain. Ball's at the 26. It's 3rd and short, and they'd love to pick up the first down and avoid settling for the field goal. From the gun, wants to pass. Looking down the middle. Fires a bullet. Now it's picked off. Not much on that return, but I think they'll let him slide after making that pick, and they'll have it at the 20.
Man, what a great break on the football. Nice job seeing it, squeezing. A lot of those defensive guys, man, they don't have great hands all the time, but you always remember your first interception. They'll always remember this moment.
Now the UCF offense ready to go back to work. That last touchdown drive was surgical through the air, Jesse.
It sure was, and that's why this offense is so dangerous, David, because they can score in a hurry because of how efficient they are throwing the football.
And welcome to modern college football. That's what it is. Spread you out, find my playmakers, make quick decisions, and really put defenses in a difficult situation.
Trying to get to him. The quarterback bought as much time as he could, but the defense got to him and sacked him.
Nice sack by the defense. Great job getting to him, getting him on the ground. That's the 4th sack of the day. This defense have had some bright moments, but they've also given up some big plays. Keep rushing the quarterback, but keep that coverage intact in the back end.
A first down sack can be a drive killer. Now it's 2nd and 13. The give to the running back from the shotgun. He stopped after getting a yard out to the 30. It'll take some work to get to the sticks. It's 3rd and long from the 30. From the gun, wants to pass. Throws to the wideout. Got his man. And they finally get him down, but not before. He's got him set up for business at the 49-yard line. If you like the stats, and I know you do, he's over 400 yards passing now.
Yeah, if they win this game, he's getting a game ball. There's no doubt about it. This guy has been on fire from the very start of this football game. He's been throwing bullets all over the field.
Using him out of the slot, he has just been unstoppable.
And I love putting dynamic athletes in the slot that I can move around, that I can put in motion, that I can make him go in or out. I can put him off the ball so you can't get hands on him, and they've really featured this guy today.
Wants to throw on first down. It looked like a catch, and it looks as if they buzzed down. Replay wants to have another peek at that last play. So the officials take a closer look, and the replay booth will overturn the call. He'll pull it on the read. And he's tripped up, but not before picking up the first down. The Knights want to crank the tempo.
There's an example of the offense taking advantage of all the attention the defense is giving this outstanding running back. Remember, he's one of the best in the game. They're expecting him to get the football. So the quarterback says, you know what? I'll just keep it. No one's keying on me. I'm going to get upfield and find an explosive play.
On second down, wants to throw. He's got the tight end. He is tackled, but it'll be a fresh set of downs. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. The Knights will snap it on 1st and 10. He's looking to throw it. Unloads to the right. Touchdown, Knights! And they take it in for 6 more points. That's his 3rd touchdown pass of the day. The defense has no clue how to respond right now.
No, and the defense has had absolutely no answer. He's been on the money. He's been on fire, making the right decisions and just carving this defense out.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
All right, guys, want to update you on a game that went final moments ago. Georgia Southern looked like a serious force in what can only be described as a dominant win. This is a program that's won before, and they might just add some more hardware before the year is out.
Hand off from the shotgun.
A lot to go through in the film session this week for both teams. But, boy, it sure is going to be easier for the side that came away with the win.
And Kevin Connors keeping an eye on everything all over the country. Sounds like they had a good one there. That'll move the chains. It'll be a 1st down for North Texas. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Leaves it with the back. At the 45 on his way. All kinds of running room. And he just kept running, and he ran away from the crowd, and he'll take it in. Touchdown, North Texas.
Have yourself a day, young fella. You know why they handed him the ball a lot? Because he did that. That's his 4th trip to pay dirt. This dude has shown you a little bit of everything. What a great back. And 4 touchdowns on the day.
He'll try to tack on one more. And the PAT will draw them 1 point closer. Quick strike offense on that 3-play scoring drive. And what a way to finish. A 70-yard run to the end zone. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. The UCF offense back on the field, ready to go to work. Man, what a drive last time for the touchdown. That passing attack was lethal, David.
Yeah, and you know, you hear all these stupid commentators like me and Jesse talking about create balance, run and pass. No, when you throw that good, spin the ball around.
So the defense has to find a way to affect the quarterback on this drive because last drive he had way too much time.
The Knights want to move quickly. To the ground to try to move the chains. It's a game of 1st downs, and they've got one out to their own 37. Here comes the hurry up.
That has got to feel good if you're this offense picking up that 1st down by running it because we know the struggles they've had this season, particularly on 3rd down. So to come out here, run the ball, keep the drive alive, let's see if they can generate a little bit of momentum.
Pulls and fires it complete to the right. And brought down. Looks as if that's how we'll end the 3rd. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Just enough time for one more snap before the end of the quarter. Running with power. There to make the stop, and we've played 3 in this one. And you want to talk about his favorite receiver, it might be everybody based on the number of guys getting touches and a chance to show off their hands in the passing game. One more period to go to see who can make the winning plays and come home with the victory. Big third down here. They need to get the ball to the 41. From the gun, wants to pass. Unloads to the wideout. He makes a catch. Working their way closer and closer. A third down conversion, and they've got it at the 26.
Well, this guy's been a go-to guy for this offense all game long. We've seen that, and here on a critical third down late in the game with the lead, guess who shows up with another big one? That guy.
Fires to the wideout. Grabbed in the middle. It's Balkinson. The tackle is made, but he's got it first and goal from the 6. And this offense not only has a chance to extend the lead, but they can also drain that clock. Quickly complete. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. Can the defense stop them again on second and goal? They'll run it up the middle here, looking for a path to the end zone. He pushes it forward all the way to the 2-yard line. If they can get it in here, we could have a thrilling end to this game. It is third and goal. And he'll be brought down. And the offense doesn't bat an eye. They'll stay on the field and try to score from the 1 on 4th down. Trying to surge it in. They stop him short of the marker, and they'll turn it over on downs. They're backed up, 1st and 10 from inside their own 5, and they'll try to get this drive started. And he's brought down after a nice game. North Texas in the hurry-up.
And what a run. When you're an offensive coordinator and you're backed up, you're just trying to create some space to get out of your own end zone, and it's always a nice bonus when you pop one and create some serious space for your offense and some momentum going forward.
Now on 2nd and short after the 1st down completion.
At the 26-yard line. 2nd down.
He'll do it himself. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. They'll try to move the chains on 3rd and short from the 25. Trying play action. Throws to the wideout. Makes the grab. Flying out to the left. Touchdown, Mean Green. And they grab the advantage, taking the lead here in the 4th.
I think one of the most underrated things we talk about with a QB is timing. Being able to get the ball out of his hands to his receiver where he can continue to catch the football and run with it. Nice pitch, nice catch, nice play in the 4th quarter when you needed it for this team to take the lead.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point is good, and every point counts. It's now a 4-point lead in the 4th. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown. He'll start the return inside his 5. Just never had a chance to shake loose, and he'll be brought down at the 24. UCF has it once again. What do you think about that? To the air on 1st down. Finds space on the right. He's run out of bounds, but not before. Turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a 1st down. From the gun to give, looking for room. They'll pick up 4, 2nd and 6 coming. Stuck with a running game on 1st down. Now here they come again. The play action fake. And this sophomore able to wreak some havoc and get the sack.
And there's no mystery as to why this team's losing today. They've given up 5 sacks. They cannot keep their quarterback upright. And you just saw another example of it right there. He has never been able to get into rhythm throwing the football.
3rd down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. They'll go to the air. Setting up the screen. They play that screen nicely. He tried to find his way to the marker, but it'll be 4th down. The Knights decide to punt it away. He's getting a lot of work. 4th time he's punted tonight. And it looks as if there will be no return here as the punt goes out of bounds. North Texas takes possession. The Mean Green offense will return to the field. Quarterback on the keeper. And they're able to shove him to the turf as they stop him for a short gain. North Texas in the hurry up. He's looking for an open man on 2nd down. They'll throw it to the back on the screen. Didn't have much room to run and not a whole lot of help. Short gain there and still plenty of ground to cover for the 1st down. From the gun, leaves it on the inside with the back. Only able to pick up a yard before he stopped, and now it's 4th and 3. North Texas will have to punt it away. 4th time tonight we've seen this guy come on to punt. They're able to put a stop to that return right at the 30-yard line. And the offense out on the field to go back to work. The give to the back. Cross the 30 out to the 33 and gains 4 on the play. Solid pickup of 4 on 1st down. It's 2nd and 6. Off the boot, looking for his man. Quickly out to the tight end. These are the types of plays where offenses impose their will. 3rd and short from the 45. From the gun, wants to pass. Quarterback doing what he does best. He can move. He gets the job done, picking up the 1st down, then getting down. The Knights come to the line with a new set of downs.
Well, they've tried to get this quarterback going, running the ball in a variety of ways, and they haven't really been able to kind of break him out just yet until that run right there. Nice individual effort on the scramble. It took a little longer than they would have liked, but maybe that's the play that's really going to sort of spark this offense and really maybe get this guy going more on the ground.
He's back to throw on 2nd down. Using the quick game. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there. Still a bit short of the 1st down. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. 3rd and short now from their own 48. From the gun, wants to pass. Unloads to the wideout. Right on the money to the outside. He dragged the toe, and how about the ball placement? Only the receiver could get it.
Well, I think on that play you saw why this guy's such a big weapon in this offense. At receiver, he does such a nice job with his routes. He's patient, and he's consistent, and he's got...
Oh, and he gets downfield for the big catch. Touchdown, UCF! They move on top here in the 4th. Like a Thanksgiving turkey. They're just being carved. No shot. They have no idea how to get in this quarterback's head.
He's on fire. Everything he's doing is working defensively. We got to figure something out. We got to try to do something a little bit different, bring more pressure. At this rate, shoot, he's on so much fire, you might as well just send everybody. Blitz everybody, live with the results, because everything else ain't working anyways.
He's got it, and the lead is up to a field goal. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Boys, if it's happening in college football, we've got eyes on it. Check this out. Liberty has been blitzed from the opening kick, and as you can see, the score right now is a lot to a little. They're trailing by 35 to Sam Houston. We'll circle back. If anything big happens, you should know about it.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. On 2nd down, he'll fire. Throws to the wideout. Got him downfield. Really nice pickup there as they have it out to the 44 with the 1st down. North Texas in the hurry up.
When you play zone coverage and you got a wide receiver that's a beast, it becomes very, very difficult. Got to make sure I play physical and maybe even shade the side of the wide receiver having a lot of success.
2nd down coming up. Now the play fake. Quickly to the tight end. Found enough room to get it into enemy territory there down at the 43-yard line. North Texas really has it going on offense.
And that's why they got to keep running the football, man, because play action is going to be a big part of this game plan. You've got to get this tight end over the middle of the field vertically and give him an opportunity, because you just saw how dangerous he is after the catch.
Offense has it at the 28 on first down. Use the play fake, now to throw. Got a man, it's Cuevas. Got some room, headed to the goal line. Touchdown, North Texas. And they've moved out front here in the fourth. When that receiver got free, it was all over.
And it's so nice to have a receiver like this as a quarterback, because you pad my stats. I like those long touchdown passes where I just threw it really short and he did the rest of the work.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point is good, and every point counts. It's now a 4-point lead in the fourth. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown. On the move from inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Now the UCF offense ready to go back to work. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. He hurls one deep down the left side. And it slips through his fingers, incomplete. That would have been a huge gain if he could have held on. After the incompletion, back to the passing game. Catch in the middle, it's Balkinson.
Hey, quarterback, receiver on the same page. Nice job seeing the zone, understanding the drag route concept. Easy pitch, easy catch.
He'll keep it himself. It's a game of first downs, and they've got one after their own 37. The Knights come to the line with a fresh set of downs.
I think Jesse and Reese could call offensive plays for any team if they're having this much success on the ground. It starts with the ground game, right? Like, you can chew up these kind of plays, then I can play action later on and take shots. But right now, defense has first got to stop the run game that's been chewing them up.
Fast motion from the offense. They're going to go right back to him on first down. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. The Knights are in the hurry-up. Looking to pass on second down. Now he's going to glide away from pressure. Short gain on the play before he slides. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. On third and long, trying to have a big completion here. The sure hands, it's Balkinson. The Knights will bring the punt team onto the field. They may have to pay him overtime. He's punting for the 5th time today. Another punt on the way. Got to make sure those hammies and glutes all activated. Don't want any muscle pulls from overuse. North Texas sends the offense back onto the field. And they've got a little bit of a cushion here, David. If they can add to it on this drive, it would be nice.
And it definitely makes a little bit of a difference. Knowing I'm up by more than a field goal, obviously, Jesse, my mindset switches, and I know I can't make mistakes.
Yeah, and David, I don't think they have to reinvent the wheel on offense here. What they've been calling has been working. Just get back to doing what you're good at.
He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Not exactly the ideal situation for this offense. Third and long, backed up inside their 20. Pressure coming. And they couldn't hold off the heat, and he goes down with a sack.
Pretty nice as a defense, right? When you can go nickel, put 5 DBs on the field and not have to blitz anyone, trusting your front 4 to get the job done on third down, and they do it right there, getting the sack.
North Texas will have to punt it away. 3 and out, and not much choice but to get rid of the ball. He'll get away another punt. He's been really active today, and no doubt he's going to earn his varsity letter. Returns like that are why you don't settle for the fair catch if you don't have to. Picks up just a little bit of yards to help out the O. They'll crank up this drive with the pass. Firing to the right, complete.
And how about the defense? How big was that stop? Forcing the punt, getting it back to the offense, and all of a sudden, you feel the momentum now on their side.
The inside handoff. One-step wrap, two-step squeeze. This junior knows how to get him on the ground. It's third down now. They ought to be able to get off one more play before the 2-minute warning. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and the defense needs to come up with a stop to close this thing out. They'll go to the air on 3rd and short. Fires it beautifully in on the crosser. He'll come through on 3rd downs. He's got enough, and they'll mark it at the 23. Trying to find his man on 1st down. The quick out. And he goes out of bounds after a nice pickup on that one. Going to work in the red zone. They can't pick up the 1st down without getting it into the end zone. They'll put the tight end in motion. To the ground with the back. And he'll be taken down, but he does have enough for the 1st down. And if they want to take the lead, can't be thinking field goal here. They'll need a touchdown to go up in the 4th. They'll run it on 1st and goal. And they're able to get him down. Defense rolls up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a 2nd and long coming. He's looking to throw. Touchdown, Knights! And with that, they move out front here in the 4th.
What a great job by this offense. And listen, I judge offenses by what they do in the clutch, in those big moments right before the half, in the 4th quarter, late in the game, just like right here. You need a score. You got to go take the lead. They do everything they can. Now, defense, you're up. I need you to get me a stop.
And it's good, and he's got the lead up to 3 late. So that drive covered 40 yards. And they close the deal with the 7-yarder for the score. On the run from inside his own 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. North Texas takes possession. The Mean Green offense will return to the field. It's caught. Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a 1st down. Big chunk play to start this drive. Now they'll really try to take it to this defense. Catch in the middle, it's Cuevas. They immediately call timeout, trying to preserve every second they can to try to rally here late. Wants to throw on 2nd down. Complete to the right. Touchdown, Mean Green. They've got the lead here in the 4th.
And they're able to score on a drive where they had to have it this late in the game, and they look to their playmaker on the outside to win that one-on-one matchup.
Big-time moments. Who do you trust as a quarterback? You could tell this was a big moment. He threw it to his big play wide receiver. He knew he would come down to it, and now the big play in the 4th quarter for the touchdown.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. And the extra point is good, and every point counts. It's now a 4-point lead in the 4th. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive. And he takes this from inside the 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. The UCF offense back on the field, ready to go to work. Looking to go up top on 1st down. Finds a soft spot in the middle. And just a short, safe pass play. They pick up a few. They'll hurry to the line with the clock still running. On 2nd down, looking again to throw. Just too much juice on that one as he airmails his receiver out of bounds. They've got to move quickly here. Still a chance, but they've got to force the ball down the field. A deep throw as the clock winds down. And the pass hits, picked off. Got room on the return. He was thinking touchdown all the way, but he got it down to the 26-yard line.
When you're down late in the game and you got to make plays, it's really tough not to force the football. You could tell quarterback forces the football. Defense comes up with a huge interception.
North Texas sends the offense back onto the field. So that defense keeps the lead right where it is and a chance to build on it, David.
Yeah, the defense did a great job. Now, the offense, you know what you're going to get from this defense. They have to be aggressive. They're trying to get the football back later in the game, Jesse.
Because they're going to be so aggressive too, David, you know on offense now you have a chance to break one maybe. In the run game or finding a one-on-one matchup in the passing game to really pad the lead.
And he has a solid gain before the defense bottles him up. Quick timeout called by the defense, stopping the clock to save as much time as possible for their offense. They'll try to get the first through the air. Makes his connection. Defense will use a timeout. 22 seconds remaining in the game. Running out the clock seems to be a mere formality here as they are ready to snap it in victory formation. It's one thing to execute early in the game. Tight ball game, right at the end. You need the clutch plays. These guys deliver.
You can't teach that gene. You have people that can focus in the moment or they can. Great job by the team, staying focused, understanding it's a close battle, win those one play at a time, and then look up and then, heck, I got the win.
Yeah, David, they just had ice in their veins, and you can tell there's tremendous leadership on this football team. Guys can step up, and in the huddle, they can make sure that everybody else is focused to the task at hand in order to get the W.
That's going to do it for us from here. For Jesse Palmer, Dave Pollack, I'm Reese Davis, and this has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.